Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the May 27th, 2025 meeting of the Fairfield Board of Education. Here tonight we have Mr. Krasnov, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mr. Peterson, myself, Superintendent Testani, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, and Ms. Carol Guernsey, along with our student reps up the table. If anyone would join me to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to student reports. It's our last round for the school year from our student reporters. So I'm going to go with Warde, sentimental favorite. Okay.
Good afternoon. Tuesday, May 20th. That was the last day of school for our class of 2025 seniors. I had the pleasure of hosting senior sunrise that morning at Jennings Beach, along with the class officers. We enjoyed lemonade refreshers, pastries, and other refreshments catered by Starbucks. It was a great way to relax after finals and AP testing to wrap up our 4 years together.
Yearbook distribution began on Thursday, May 22nd and continued through Friday, May 23rd. And we thank Mrs. Howell and the Yearbook Club for dedicating their time into making this year's yearbook. And many of the photos from the yearbook were actually printed and hung as permanent fixtures around the walls of our school. And this initiative was led by our student government in effort to bring life to the school through the school.
Speaking of student government, class officer election season is coming to a close this week. The freshman and sophomore class had the opportunity to campaign for class president, vice president, and the House representative from their respective house. Their campaign videos will be shown during homeroom tomorrow. I'm personally excited to pass the torch to this next group of students. I had the opportunity to meet many of them at our interest meeting a few weeks ago. I'm confident that we have a promising future over at Warde.
Hosted by Mr. Brown and the school counselors, we'll be having our annual book award ceremony tomorrow in the lecture hall. It's a great chance for us to honor our juniors for their outstanding academic achievements thus far. And speaking of achievements, the Connecticut Halo Awards for the theater department's rendition of Cinderella will be on May 30th in Waterbury. And a few people who actually were nominated for the award were Stefan Petrosino as the king in the Cinderella. For lighting design or execution, Ryan Kerjak. For best stage management, Rebecca Curtis. Best orchestra, our orchestra, and best performance by a couple or dynamic duo in a musical, Ainsley Dahlstrom and Olivia Farrow as the stepsisters, and best performance in a leading female role in a contemporary musical, Sadie Smith as Cinderella.
Last but not least, we have our senior events looking forward to in June. Seniors will return to showcase their new learnings from their senior experience project in the first week of June. On June 9th, also my birthday, seniors will stop by to pick up their cap and gown. The next day, on June 10th, seniors who attended Fairfield Public Elementary Schools will get a chance to visit their old schools, followed by senior scholarship night that same evening. Lastly, we will all gather one last time on June 11th for graduation for the class of 2025. That said, this is my last Board of Ed meeting. Thank you for allowing me to present these last 2 years. It was great spending my Tuesday nights here twice a month. I will truly miss you all as I venture into this next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I offer that you could always run for Board of Ed. How about Ludlowe?
So last Wednesday was the seniors at Ludlowe's last day. They're now given the opportunity to embark on their senior experiences, which are usually an internship or an experience of their choice beginning in late May, continuing until graduation in early June.
And also coming up for our seniors, senior prom is taking place this Friday at the Waterview in Monroe, Connecticut.
In addition, class elections took place this past week for grades 9 through 11. Students voted for their class president, vice president, secretary.
And as the board representatives mentioned, the Halo Awards, they're actually happening right now. They started at 7, but they celebrate and recognize Connecticut students for their work in all aspects of theater. That's like the performers, but also the people behind the scenes, the musicians, the people that make the sets and actually run the shows. And Ludlowe received 15 nominations in all, including Best Contemporary Play for Pride and Prejudice and Best Contemporary Musical for Big Fish, as well as many individual awards for our actors and performers and awards related to our student musicians and our crew.
In addition, the orchestra will be going on their elementary school tour this Thursday. We will be doing instrument demos and performance at all 6 elementary schools that feed into Ludlowe.
And kind of a sadder note, final exams began on June 5th, wrapping up our school year.
And this past Monday, yearbook distribution event took place for seniors. It was also accompanied by an ice cream social.
And both Ludlowe baseball and girls tennis beat Warde in the qualifying rounds for FCX and are advancing to the semifinals, and Ludlowe baseball just beat St. Joe's to advance to the finals.
We also wanted to shout out some recent track records. Most recently, Owen Brum captured the 300-meter hurdle school record, running a time of 40.72. This record has stood for more than 10 years. He also set a school record in the 110-meter hurdles and the 55-meter hurdles this year. And Augustine Zara became the first person in school history to break 11 seconds in the 100-meter dash.
And finally, starting this week, the townwide art show at the Pequot Library in Southport is open. This features artwork from every school in Fairfield Public Schools. It's kind of work from Ludlowe artists, and it will have tomorrow a public reception to celebrate these artists with like food trucks. Just a fun time to celebrate all of their artistic achievements at Fairfield Public Schools. Thank you.
Always love that show. Thank you. Walter Fitzgerald.
Here's what's happening at Walter Fitzgerald campus. Come take a look at our beautiful gardens on our spectacular campus. Our pollinator flower garden and the edible plants garden are thriving. Our bees are enjoying it and making a lot of honey.
Student at Walter Fitzgerald has produced our first ever yearbook.
WC Field Day is scheduled for June 2nd. Students are planning a basketball tournament, and student versus teachers kickball game is in the works.
On June 5th at 10:30 a.m., WFC will hold our Q4 marking period student award ceremony, as well as the award ceremonies for the year.
On June 6th, WFC will hold our special graduation ceremony. Our students will also be able to participate in Warde or Ludlowe's graduation ceremony.
Students secured fencing for our beehives by measuring and erecting new posts. Our volunteer professional engineer will be at WFC this week to finish the job before summer vacation begins.
Thanks to a grant from SEPTA, students are using a new 3D printer to create projects in CAD computer-aided design class. Our students have begun their 3D models of project proposals for the abandoned building adjacent to our school and will present the project proposals and models to Mr. Angelos Popovich. Thank you for everything. It has been an amazing school year, and thank you for having us on the board.
Thank you. Any board member questions or comments?
It's a huge.
Hello? Oh, go ahead, please.
Just a huge thank you to all you guys. I know that spending 2 Tuesdays here isn't probably ideal, but we love hearing from you. It's the best part of the meeting, and I know we all say that very often, but truly it is. And thank you for your time and commitment to serving us on the board. We very much appreciate it.
And I'll say, if there's no objection, I might want to flip the agenda a little bit and move the recognition of students, especially our music students and our student reps, ahead of public comment, just because I'm sure everyone else has places to be tonight. Our board of ed meeting maybe is not the most exciting place, but we do very much want to thank you for your service. This is an important thing. It's important for us to get that picture into what's going on in the school. And it's also just great to have you come here and be reasonably excited about what's going on at other schools and throughout the town. And it's this is participatory democracy at its finest. So I don't know if you have anything else to say, but we have some certificates for you.
We do have some certificates just to show our gratitude. You are all been extremely articulate and insightful. You guys pitching in, stepping in late in the year. It's been great. We look forward to having you back next year. For all the returning students, we look forward to you and your new partner, Jay Ree. There's always just a little special place in my heart for you. Obviously, We have some long history, but we congratulate you and your next endeavor at Morehouse College. And we hope you come back and share some of your experiences with us and students at Fairfield Warde High School.
Sure. I'm not sure the student reps are excited to take a picture. Part of the duty.
Yeah, I think right here would be good. If you guys
Come on
could
up,
just
guys.
come this way.
Alexander?
And could you guys just come over this slide and stand over here with
Thank
the
you.
certificate? I'll get a nice picture. Oh.
Yeah, you were, I didn't want to bother.
No problem, you can sign.
Squeezing a little bit. Very good. Thank you.
I would like to move in right to item 5B, recognition of excellence for regional and all-state musicians.
So I just want to say, for the 5th year in a row, Fairfield Public Schools has been recognized as the best communities for music education by the NAM Foundation. I want to congratulate our dedicated students, teachers, administrators, and community members for supporting the arts. This time, I'm going to introduce Mr. Robert Hughes, our Director of Music for the district, and he can share the highlights and introduce all our talented musicians that are here tonight.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Robert Hughes, Program Director of Music. We're very excited to recognize our student musicians this evening. We have 82 students in total. As the student representatives mentioned, though, a number of our students are at the Halo Awards getting recognition for their contribution to the theater department, which is really exciting. But in completeness, we will recognize everybody. So we are recognizing some of the most dedicated and accomplished high school musicians that Fairfield Public Schools has. The 82 students that I'm going to recognize this evening were required to participate in rigorous audition processes and pursue spots for performing ensembles on their respective instruments. We're going to start by acknowledging students who participated in the Connecticut Music Educators Association Western Region Festival, which means they have auditioned against students from throughout the western region of Connecticut and made, a successful completion to their ensembles. So we will start with Fairfield Ludlowe High School. If you're a student here, when I call your name, you can please stand over there. Thank you. Alanis Abreu, Matthew Anderlot, Natalie Barrett Oliveras, Victoria Beniston, Braid Carty, Julia Chow, Audrey Compare, Liam Cooney, Connor Cooney, Karen Cooney, Natalie Cunningham, David Dye, Matthew Fernando, Egan Halpin, Max Ingargolia, Scarlett Jacobson, Mac Julievitz, Dave Tim, Hannah Kwok, Michael Lan, Liam Laughlin, Brandon Lawrence, Max Lean, Vicky Lynn, Bella Lombardi, Megan Lubarski, Andy Luo, Leonardo Manzione, Anamika Martins, Sarah Maya, James Mazio, Ian Moore, Holly Obringer, Amanda Petrie, Bridget Reddy, Scarlett Robbins, Andrew Saki, Michael Scholl, Luke Silence, Caitlin Ta, Simone Tipper, Owen Trotzer, Carter Ewell, Anisha Venkatesh, Kyle Wakeman, Chris Weaver, Ephraim Weinstein, Gavin Wallach, and Ivy Yan. So those are the students just from Ludlowe High School. And from Fairfield Warde High School, we have Nate. We have Nate Alfonso Arnold, Didi Andani, Noah Bailey, Bailey Barakat, Samuel Blau, Brody Camaro, Mark Casa, Eliza Choi, Clara Connolly, Tristan Connolly, Rafael Cruz, Ainsley Dahlstrom, Paige DeSantis, Carlo Desi, Christian Dopes, Anaya D'Souza, Olivia Farrell, Jasper Gallus, Aiden Gately, Eitan Gresh, Patty Green, Ellen Hen, Anaya Monahan, Sarah Lacuna, Alicia Merturi, Katie Mangurtis, Stephen Petrosino, Manav Barve, Sadie Smith, Elizabeth Swear, Daniel Uom, Alexander White, and Jaden Zhang. Yeah. Okay. So if you're an All-State, you're welcome to take a seat. So we also have students that auditioned for the All-State Festival. These students competed against all of the Western regional students from all the regions throughout the state, and were selected to recognize Fairfield as some of the best musicians in Connecticut. This year, Fairfield Public Schools sent more student musicians to the All-State Festival than any other district in Connecticut, which is a testament. A testament to the high quality standards of excellence the department has and the hard work that our students do each and every day in the classrooms. So those students from Fairfield Ludlowe High School, the all-state students are Matthew Anderlot, Victoria Beniston, Audrey Compare, Karen Cooney, Connor Cooney, David Dye, Matthew Ferrando, Anna Kwok, Brandon Lawrence, James Mazio, Foley Obringer, Amanda Petrie, Bridget Reddy, Scarlett Robbins, Lucas Weaver, Ephraim Weinstein, and Gavin Walton. The all-state students from Fairfield Court High School are Tristan Connolly, Rafael Cruz, Carlo Desi, Anaya D'Souza, Ellen Penn, Sarah Lacuna, Katie Mangurtis, Stephen Petrosino, and Daniel. Alrighty. We do have two very small subsets of students I want to recognize. We had 3 students selected for All Eastern. So those students are among the best performers from 13 states from the northeastern region of the United States. And those 3 students were Brandon Lawrence, Scarlett Robbins, and Katie McGurk. One student who cannot be here this evening, she was selected to participate in the American Choral Association All National Choir, which speaks for itself, and that's Victoria Benz. As Superintendent Tastani mentioned, we were just recently recognized as best communities for music education. Again, it is a huge testament to the support of the board and our local community. So I appreciate you having us here, supporting us in music, and recognizing our students. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that. It's always nice it's like the best part of the job. It's unquestionably. We'll move back to item 4 on the agenda, public comment. This is an opportunity for anyone to come up and make public comment on items on our agenda. If you would like to come up and address us on any of those topics, have 3 minutes to speak. You can give up families a minute to clear if you'd like. If you want to speak now, you can speak later. You can speak now. You can only speak once to an agenda item at a particular meeting. I think you know the rule.
Good evening, my name is Ellen Tiffany, 98 Warde. So, I'm here to talk about, and I do want to reference the book Anxious Generation. Jonathan Haidt argues that there's two driving factors responsible for the current teen mental health crisis: the decline of play-based childhoods and the exponential increase in smartphone and social media use. These apps and devices, which are intentionally designed to be habit forming, have had a profound effect on the developing brains and mental health, mental well-being of kids. I highly encourage everyone to read the book, which I know you have because we gave it to you. But you don't have to buy into sweeping arguments about the connection between these devices and mental health to understand that these devices are disruptive to learning environments. They're disastrous to attention spans, and in some cases, they have been weaponized to bully, harass, and invade student privacy. This is a collective action problem. Parents, of course, play the largest role of all in managing this growing issue, but our schools are a vital component. Since the Connecticut State Legislature is getting involved, we legally have the ability to act now. And schools across the country have successfully implemented policies in which phones are not to be used, seen, or heard during the entirety of the school. Some schools rely on the use of deterrent systems such as lockers or lockable yonder pouches, the latter of which has been implemented in over 3,000 schools, including those in Connecticut. Others simply rely on enforcement. While approaches may differ, there are a few things that all success stories have in common: upfront stakeholder input and education, a clearly articulated policy, consistent enforcement, and unwavering support from administration. So I ask the board to take action. I ask that you increase transparency around the serious problems that phones are causing in our schools and start to raise awareness among parents. I ask that you look into the many success stories of schools that created phone-free learning environments and the measurable improvements they've seen academically and behaviorally. I ask that you seek input from all stakeholders and schedule a special session regarding phones in your school. And finally, most importantly, I ask that you take the steps to transition our schools to phone-free learning environments, K through 12, for all of our students during the upcoming school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi, I'm Michelle Walker, 127 Blue Ridge Road. I'm here as a parent of 6th grader at TMS, a 4th grader and a 1st grader at McKinley, and I'm here also to support bell-to-bell smartphone bans in our school. There's overwhelming evidence that constant smartphone access is harming our kids' mental health, their attention spans, and their social development. In order to grow our students' ability to focus and engage with others, we need cell phones away for the day in all of our schools. I know there has been some hesitation around high school and to what extent it should be included in this policy. And I believe that high school social development, just like elementary and middle school social development, is stunted by the pervasive use of smartphones, and that both high schools need a bell-to-bell ban on smartphones as well. I do not think allowing access to phones during non-academic times, such as lunch, study hall, in the hallways, is a good solution. If that exception is allowed, our kids will continue to miss the social learning and emotional resilience that comes from face-to-face interaction during unstructured time. It's time to accept that too much technology in schools has had a negative effect on academics and interaction, and I think it's time to move forward. We need to reclaim school as a space for authentic connection. A bell-to-bell ban will give students the freedom to focus, to be bored, to talk, to move, and to be present during their childhood and adolescence. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Deb Poole. I have a seventh grader at Roger Ludlowe and a ninth grader at Fairfield Ludlowe. I am also here just in support of all of you, but also just to share my personal opinion about the ban for a high school. I looked up the Ludlowe handbook and it does outline goals like academic readiness, emotional development, preparation for life beyond high school, values like fellowship, learning, and commitment. And when the phones are used between classes, at lunch, during downtime, not just like avoiding them in the classroom, then I want to ask, are we reinforcing those values or are we undermining them? I fully support technology in schools. We use it at home. I support everything that we're doing, the ways we're investing in technology, but personal devices really aren't evolving towards better outcomes. In fact, they're evolving towards greater immersion. Wearables, smart glasses, AI in every app, and they're getting harder to regulate, not easier. So I know that this is going to become more difficult over time. So I figure down the road, it's going to be that much harder, that much more ingrained in our parents and in our kids' habits to really make those changes later. So I think the time to do that is now, even though it's still difficult. So while there are reasonable hesitations, I know that there are some parents that don't always agree, that don't want to change. I do think that the question is, a lot of the different towns around us are starting to do this. Why not us? What makes them different? What questions are we not asking, or what information we still need to see if that's possible? So I know that schools can't solve everything, but they can draw the line on things that do undermine the learning, the focus, and the connection. So thank you for your time and your willingness to make a really difficult decision.
Hello, Tori Donahue, Mill Hill Road. I have two littles at Mill Hill School. I'm here to speak in favor of smartphones and devices at all schools all the time. Just kidding. Is there anyone in the room here for that purpose? I haven't seen them yet. I've been at countless board meetings. I've been at policy meetings. I've read books. I've watched movies. I've attended talks. I've gone to workshops. I'm at the library. I'm at the schools, and I've yet to meet anyone advocating for this. Yet here we are with nothing in our hands. I can't find them. It is a joke that I would ever sit here in defense of something that is so blatantly and so incontrovertibly not in favor of academic or personal growth. If there were a platform or a stance to be made, you would have heard it by now. They would have come to a meeting, they would have put forth a policy, they would have published a book, they would have spoken on a panel. And their total absence should speak unto itself. We've given devices a free pass. We haven't required them to show up. We haven't required books or research. We've said, walk on in. We would never do that to an unqualified teacher. We would never do it to an unsafe water fountain or playground equipment that hadn't been tested, researched, and passed with a license. Why haven't we done it for smartphones? To me, it's not meeting the standard that we require for all of our children. We know that our emergency responders and our SROs have advocated for the banning of smartphones at schools. They interfere with crisis response and they distract children from the instruction they need. We know that the APA cites sleep problems, lower grades in school, less time with friends, reduced physical activity. We know that teachers' unions across the country have asked for policy to be passed in favor of the learning environment. And we know that up to half of Gen Z wishes they hadn't even been invented. We struggle to find this group because across all constituencies, it's genuinely not there. I believe that if Bell to Bell isn't passed this year, it will be in another few months or the governor will do it for us. I think of you all as leaders, you're elected officials. We are banging on the door to be opened. I'm begging you to please open it. You have the SROs, the teachers, the authors and the speakers all knocking on it, and I really ask you to open it. I think that would be the most democratic thing to do, but I also think it would be the leadership thing to do. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kelly Jacobson, and I have a daughter in sixth grade at RLMS, and I also have a son who's in tenth grade at Great Smart's Academy, where they successfully implemented a bell-to-bell cell phone ban beginning this year using the Yonder patch, and it's gone tremendously well. I urge you as a board to take bold research-based action to protect the well-being, learning, and mental health of students by implementing a bell-to-bell cell phone ban through a secure pouch system like Yonder or some other enforceable method. Also quoting the book Anxious Generation, Jonathan Haidt draws on extensive research to show the rise of smartphones and social media has coincided with sharp increases in anxiety, depression, and loneliness among adolescents. And he describes this as the great rewiring of childhood that's disrupting attention, sleep, learning, and face-to-face social development. Haidt's message is clear. We cannot ignore the role of unregulated phone use fueling this youth mental health crisis. Fairfield is fortunate to have dedicated educators and thoughtful leadership, but our schools can no longer TikTok, Snapchat, and endless text threads for our children's attention. Without clear boundaries, students are often distracted in class, isolated during lunch, and under constant social pressure. A bell-to-bell phone ban would help restore the classroom as a focused, connected, and emotionally safe place. Many schools and districts across the country are taking this step and seeing real benefits, as in Manchester, Connecticut, where I attended high school. In Manchester, where they also implemented a bell-to-bell ban using the Yonder pouches, school officials report that the policies have led to fewer distractions, greater engagement, and better relationships between the students and staff. They also mentioned fewer fights, more consistent attendance, and improvement in grades, which especially caught their attention because, as they said, grade distribution changes are notoriously hard to shift. When you implement cell phone bans, teachers report better engagement, students talk to each other more, stress levels drop. This decision about implementing a bell-to-bell ban policy is about helping our kids reclaim their time, their friendships, and their capacity to learn. As parents, we can help model healthy tech habits at home, but we need your leadership to make school a phone-free zone where students can truly thrive. Please consider making Fairfield a leader in student well-being by adopting a district-wide bell-to-bell cell.
More members of the public wishing to make comments? Come up. You can still come up and talk.
Excellent.
We've got 3 minutes to.
To wing it. My name is Ann Truman. Thank you for hearing me tonight.
Your address too.
My address,
Name and address for the record.
142 Colony Street.
Thank you, sorry.
So I have 3 children in the Fairfield Public School System, and we are what you call a very satisfied customer. We love our teachers. Every day I feel grateful to be a member of this community. I am here tonight because I do feel like the cell phone ban is something we need to evolve on. I'm here as a concerned mom. My oldest is in 7th grade, so I've kind of watched firsthand. We held off on giving him a cell phone. I've watched the struggle of kind of like navigating that while all of his peers were having phones. We've watched as certain teachers allow it at the end of class if there's time, or students in the bathroom if there's time. This is adolescence. These are rules made and bent, and these are struggles that all of our kids are going to have to face. I trust all of you to continue doing the excellent job that you're doing and making decisions that will benefit our youth. And I just think that this is something that, in order to keep up the standards of our Fairfield Public Schools the way we have, that this is something that we need to adapt. I think it would benefit the as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move on, skipping back ahead. Item 5C, first reading presentation, rules of language curriculum and textbooks. Dr. Savage-Jensen.
Good evening, everybody. James Evajantic, Chief Academic Officer. I'm here with Ms. Ali Jaskar, our World Languages Curriculum Coordinator. Behind me are a number of teachers of the World Language Department of various languages and levels. If you will indulge me for a minute, I'd love for them to stand and introduce themselves.
Erin Martell, Roger Ludlowe Middle School, Spanish.
Jackie Guerra, Fairfield Ludlowe High School, Maddie Levy, French teacher, Ludlowe High School.
Sean Monday, Tomlinson Middle School.
Jennifer Mazzone, Fairfield, Ludlowe, and Warde, ASL 1. Tina Marcian, ASL, Fairfield, Warde.
Lisa Marturi, Fairfield Ludlowe High School, Italian, French, and Spanish, just Italian and French this year.
Elsa Cardoso, Fairfield Woods Middle School, French.
Rose Healy, Mandarin Chinese at Fairfield Ward and Fitzgerald campus.
Fanny Condon, French at Fairfield Ward.
Williams, Burr, Millville, Springfield Elementary School.
Sabina Sarah, Spanish, Fairfield Ludlowe High School, and Upward Elementary.
These members of the department, as well as many others, worked on this curriculum past academic year. I met with them starting back in August when we returned to school. And I know every week, they have been working along the leadership of Ms. Jaskar to create a vertically articulated and horizontally articulated curriculum in each language. So there are a number of changes we're going to present to you this evening, or Ms. Jaskar is going to present to you this evening, and then we'll be available for questions at the end. In your paper packet, the presentation that printed has a few slides that were redacted, has been updated online and here. They've been redacted only because they were duplicates and the information appears on other slides. So you may see a skip. Thank you.
Good evening. As Dr. Zavadjanzik said, I am Ali Jaskar, grades 3 through 12 World Language Coordinator. Additionally, I teach Spanish at Fairfield Ludlowe High School. I would like to begin by saying how proud I am of the curriculum we are sharing with you this evening. We are a department of 50 educators, all of whom have worked tirelessly, as he said, throughout the school year to create a dynamic, standards-based curriculum that is focused on communicative proficiency. I have several members here this evening, as we already saw, representing 10 grade levels and 6 different languages. Fairfield Public Schools' vision of the graduate and the 5 C's as defined by the American Council for Teaching of Foreign Languages, known as ACTFL, are closely aligned. The 5 C's, communication, cultures, connections, comparisons, and communities, help guide our curriculum development, instruction, and assessment, ensuring students are prepared for college, career, and life beyond the school setting. The newly adopted Connecticut K-12 World Language Standards are aligned with the ACTFL World Readiness Standards for learning languages. The 5 C's are built into each of our new curricula as standards for content instruction. This slide highlights the major curricular changes between our current and new proposed curricula. As you can see, our current curricula were identical for all languages. There were advantages to this, as teachers were able to collaborate horizontally across languages. Many teachers, however, feel it is best that the curriculum is unique and tailored to the specific characteristics
of each language, such as grammatical structure, vocabulary, cultural nuances, and historical context. While working on curriculum this year alongside teachers of languages other than those that I teach, I have learned many cultural and linguistic characteristics of each language. Our new curriculum is designed to expose students to these cultural nuances that shape how people from different cultures communicate, behave, and interpret situations. In our current curriculum, documents are the same for both honors and CP level college preparatory. Our new curriculum docs include differentiated content and skills for honors and CP levels. We'll see a detailed example of this later in the presentation. Although assured experiences are certainly not a new concept for our world language department, they were not explicitly written into the current curriculum that we use. Assured experiences are clearly stated in our new curriculum along with explicit articulation of both content and skills for each unit. Our current curriculum is based on teacher-curated and teacher-created resources. While many of us enjoy creating materials for our students, it can be extremely time-consuming when seeking authentic texts. Our new curriculum is supported by both standard and supplemental resources. However, there are still opportunities for teachers to enrich and adapt the curriculum to fit their students' learning styles and interests. Here are the texts that were approved in November of 2024. Additionally, our AP courses are supported by various pieces of literature, film, and the college curriculum. While there is no one specific text associated with our American Sign Language courses, our ASL teachers are using a variety of resources to support and enrich them. Here we have supplemental texts that are currently being used to instruct AP French, Latin, and Spanish. These are not new additions to our AP curricula, but have been incorporated since the last rewrite in 2015. These next two slides provide a sample scope and sequence for Spanish grades 3 through 12. This visual highlights how students will build skills throughout our program. You can see, for example, that elementary students begin in grade 3, mostly talking about themselves. By grade 5, they are able to talk about and describe others, as well as make comparisons on a variety of topics. The progression from Spanish 1 to AP Spanish continues to build upon skills learned at the elementary level by encouraging students to apply previous knowledge to new contexts, make recommendations and hypotheses, and speak in multiple verb tenses. We have created a more comprehensive scope and sequence document that you have in your enclosure that shows the progression of content and skills for each of our 6 languages. This document helps us ensure that all essential content and skills are addressed and that new concepts are introduced after prerequisite knowledge is acquired, making language learning more effective. This visual does not begin to cover the depth or breadth of an entire French course. It serves as a snapshot of some of the differences between our college prep and honors courses. Major content is the same. However, honors students are challenged to synthesize information in different ways and take on more complex grammatical structures. In an honors course, students are challenged to demonstrate higher order thinking skills such as connecting to or more ideas, expressing opinions, and engaging in debates. We plan to roll out the new curricula beginning with all of our level 1 courses next year. We'll then continue with a phased approach by implementing one additional level per year. This process minimizes disruption caused by gaps in content and allows for effective implementation and adjustments.
We, as Ms. Jasker said, in the packet, the department has taken out all of the content and skills so they don't have to go through each document as well and read it. The standards generally remain the same in our languages, the 5 Cs, as was mentioned. But if you wanted to see the progression of skills and content from the beginning levels forward in a simpler format in your packet.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions or comments? Ms. McInerney.
Yes, thank you for this. I've been looking forward to this, and I'm delighted at the changes. I see just a few questions to start with. I was wondering if in the packet we received, and they aren't numbered, but if you could explain this page.
Sure.
So the very last one that says ongoing discussion.
Yeah, it's one of the ones we took out because it came up in the notes. So ECE courses, which is our early college experience, where students would gain credit from a university that assumes our curriculum. That happens after a full review and approval. So we don't seek the ECE credit until we have a curriculum that's been approved. Generally, what occurs, and it varies by university, is they will request what the curriculum is. They'll send it to the academic department of that university. It'll get reviewed and either gets a thumbs up or thumbs down, whether or not it meets the standards of their credit-bearing courses. Some universities also require the staff to submit their CVs or their resumes so that those courses are aligned with their expectations of giving university credit. So in that first one, additional, these are the ones we're pursuing, but we won't have information on it until we approve courses and can send them on. Believe that they're, years.
And what about the two APs?
Oh, sorry, so Italian 4, and Mandarin 4 would be the courses that we submit. Well, Spanish 6, be Spanish that we would submit to universities for credit.
And that's for the ECE.
Yes.
So I'm asking about the AP.
We are not proposing a different AP Italian or Mandarin. For the sequence moving forward, to get students prepared for that College Board assessment, we're starting as well.
And may I ask why not? Why aren't we going, we have Latin 4 has that AP component, so why can't we do, I know that when we had it on the table before as part of a presentation to have Italian AP, which I thought was very exciting. There was kind of, I think, an understanding that this was, because obviously if we believe that it takes 6 years for Spanish and French to get to that point, the idea of this was that it was targeted towards native speakers, as that they would be able to handle such a jump in only 4 years. So I just am curious why we're not pursuing that.
Sure, those heritage speakers would be able to take the exam regardless. If it were an ECE course, it would be weighted the same. But for the reason you stated, the 6 years to take into the skill level to take the course, we believe there's additional years necessary. Latin's an interesting one because it requires fewer communicative skills. I could have Ms. Jaskar talk a little bit about that, but there's really only 2 skills that, and I'm not saying it's any less rigorous when I say that, I'm just saying.
There's no speaking or listening,
No
so.
speaking or listening, there's only reading and writing, which gets them there, get them there a little bit, a little more speed.
Okay. Well, again, I'll just toss out there that I'd be keenly interested in us finding, again, I recognize your point, the student doesn't have to take the course in order to take the exam. Still looks good on a transcript, but, okay, thank you. I had more questions, but I don't know if there were follow-ups.
Good, Ms. Flynn has followed.
Just on that same page, can you just elaborate a little bit on the additional middle school language course offerings and what that what that little tab means, period?
Thing right now. We did ask our elementary teachers to formally survey every one of their fifth grade students this year. Say, if you had the option, what would you take essentially of our languages? So that's what that sort of post-it note is there. We're not proposing any additional languages right now that are before you in the packet. The results came back that Spanish, Italian, and French were the 3 leading among them. Again, realize these are 5th graders responding to a question with their teacher, but those were the 3 that came back the highest in that order.
I will say it's a little disappointing not to see elementary K through 2 in that tab. When I hear like kind of the indication that these are forward thinking things, those have been the topics of conversation on the table by several board members. So to not see that kind of in the process is a little disappointing. I know that would involve a lot of elementary discussions, but I know that that's been something that I've requested, and then I know other board members have as well. So I'd love to just see that in the thinking moving forward, just myself.
It's a, don't mind me responding.
No, not at all.
It's an interesting, obviously, there's FTE implications as the board knows, but there's also things we have to look at. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, it's an ongoing conversation. There's things we have to look at in terms of time, structure of the day. Something would have to also be reduced.
Absolutely. I just think in the context of the world language curriculum, those discussions are important. We know that there are a swath of other districts that offer that K through 2. I'm not saying we wouldn't have to change anything, but it's a little disappointing not to see it here for at least us to discuss. I know that, as we're talking about rolling out ELA, this is very similar. We know that age group is like very porous, and it's a great investment. So like I said, I'm a little disappointed not to see the conversations.
Mexico, you still have the floor?
Yes, thank you. And I'm sure this is in the curriculum documents, but just backing up in the presentation to refresh my memory, where do our native speakers fit if they're a native Spanish speaker, where do they fit into the curriculum? Is it just a matter of testing them and then they're put at the appropriate level? Is that simple as that?
Of assessing them. So I've had many students and guidance counselors reach out to me this year to assess students in a variety of different languages, and then we just find the correct place for them.
So we don't have a native speaking course, we just find our own.
No, because we don't have that. We like to call them heritage speakers more than native speakers. A lot of times kids say, I'm bilingual, and they use that word. They're really referring to they speak at home a lot more than perhaps reading and writing. So we assess them in speaking, sometimes listening, and specifically in writing. And we find that sometimes there's a discrepancy between their speaking ability and their writing ability, and we find the right place for us to be successful.
Okay, thank you. I was also wondering in the slide on grades 3, 4, and 5, any way that we can readily understand any differences, any changes that have been made? That's always for me very helpful when we're doing curricular review. That's where I really appreciated that major curricular changes slide. But is there anything different in what we're doing with elementary school?
Elementary curriculum is not vastly different than it was. It's more clearly articulated. We are definitely really stating certain grammatical functions and certain, it was, again, it's not extremely different than it was before. It's just been revamped a bit, and
I know there's not a lot of time to play with in order to make anything dramatic, so I wasn't looking for something dramatic. I was more looking for a recounting of if there was anything. And I was also, we have to Mrs. Flynn's point, where do we find, what is our data or on this, whether it be anecdotal or testing, of where our grades 3, 4, and 5 financial and time commitment to this is impacting their 6th grade experience?
I don't have data for you at this moment, but I can tell you that I know anecdotally from teachers that students come into 6th grade Spanish being able to say to a variety of different things that starting with French are not obviously able to do. So their oral language is wonderful, their listening comprehension, they're able to speak and understand things obviously at a level much more advanced than if they were starting, from the very beginning in 6th grade.
6th grade teachers then find that there's a whole component population of students who are sitting there bored while the true beginners are getting caught up. How's that navigated?
I think they take them from where they are. And obviously each year you get a different group of students and, that looks different from year to year, but.
Let me clarify. So somebody moving into the district.
Oh, yes.
Has not been doing our grades 3, 4, and 5 commitment to Spanish for 3 years. They're now in a 6th grade class with somebody who just moved to Fairfield and didn't have that at all. I understand what you're saying, meet them where they are, but you still have to start somewhere. And in theory, the students are in very different places.
Yes, I would say so. They're coming in with the expectation in 6th grade. If you've gone to Fairfield Public Schools from 3rd grade with certain knowledge, with content. So yes, there are going to be gaps. That happens all the time. I have students that come in as freshmen that have never taken the language before. They've never taken any language before, and they have to start.
Right, but if it's grade 9 Spanish 1,
sorry,
you're doing Spanish 1 curriculum. We're talking about Spanish 1 over the course of grades 6 and 7 with students who've been taking it for 3 years in the same room as student, in other words, kind of what I'm getting at is, in any way, is it appropriate in middle school that they be, I don't wanna quite, I'm not trying to say two different levels, and I'm not even saying two different curriculum. But the idea that these are two very different students in the same classroom, how do you end up where either one student feels left behind or the other student isn't incredibly bored?
Yeah, differentiation. I mean, that's what you do. So in my former.
I'm not the biggest fan of differentiation.
No, I understand. In my former district, they start, world like Spanish in kindergarten. So I often had students come in as eighth graders, never having taken language before, and my other students had K through 7. So you meet that child where they are. I mean, yes, there are parents that get their child an outside tutor, that's an extenuating circumstance, but sometimes the guidance counselors will encourage the student to speak French because everyone else has been taking Spanish for so long.
Interesting.
That has been done. I don't necessarily push for something like that, but I know that that has been done in certain circumstances.
Well, I guess if it would be possible, maybe in 2 weeks when we're looking at this for a vote, I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more from the sixth grade teachers on what does happen there. Again, I know I'm putting you on the spot for that, so, but if that would be possible. And then, what was my other question? The differentiating between honors and college prep, which I also appreciated, not only that it was mentioned as a major curricular change, and then you gave us the sample. Thank you very much for that. But does that therefore create any kind of tracking situation? You know, that if a student starts in the so the college prep level starts with French 4 or Spanish 4, correct? So that if they're in that college prep level, is the assumption then that they are not going to be likely moving to an honors level in the next year? Because obviously they would have missed a significant amount of content in doing that. And I'm not saying that that's not appropriate. I just wanted to ask about that. You know, when we talk about that with math, we can always say in the summer, if you're a full course behind, you can go take Algebra 1 this summer and accelerate. But if someone's been in French 4 college prep, no matter how well they do, French 5 honors would really be too big a jump.
Perhaps, also if they're in French 4 CP, it's because they were given that recommendation from their Spanish or their French 3 teacher.
True.
So, and a lot of things go into that conversation with students. So, all of our students start level 3 honors at this time. And so then, yes, there are difficult conversations with certain students who leave the honors track and go to the CP track. But
That's a good point.
Yeah, and in my experience, it hasn't been anything earth shattering. I think a lot of students are like, this is what I expected you to say. You know, they understand, they're very realistic about what kind of a student they are.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Nick, follow first.
Yeah, just through the chair to Mrs. Maxinelli, is this something that you've heard a lot? And then to you guys, is in-migration in the 6th grade of kids coming in with no background in foreign language something that is a regular occurrence?
You have to get data on it. I don't think it's regular, but I'd have to get data on who are first timers, meaning they move.
I'm just curious. I mean, I know you're interested in it, but I would be very surprised. I'd be curious to know if that's really a thing.
I have a follow-up, but I want our student question before mine.
I just wanted to say that was me. I moved to the district in 6th grade. I moved from Seattle Public Schools where there was no language requirement until middle school. And I started taking Spanish and it was fine. Like, I would say that it wasn't a problem at all. It was obviously during a very difficult time with COVID. So there was like a lot, there was just gonna be a learning gap no matter what. And so as the teachers were adjusting for those learning gaps from COVID, it was fine that I hadn't taken Spanish. I was kind of just able to sneak in there with all the other problems from COVID. And I would say that it was just like a matter of teachers being able to adapt and students being able to adapt. And I can't speak for obviously how many students that's the case for, but like it happened to me, so I just want to say that.
Thank you.
Accolade. I just have a quick follow-up. Can you guys just kind of talk about the catalyst during your curriculum development to deciding to break off into college prep and honors? Obviously, that's kind of a dramatic for this curriculum too, like how that even came about. Was that driven by staff, by administration? Can you kind of just walk us through that?
other curriculum reviews, first, that, had a CP and honors. So you may remember a few years back, all of our curriculum was always presented as a course. Like English 9, I think, English 10. And then administratively, we kind of bifurcated those courses once if they were approved and said there is an English 9 honors and CP. Some of the feedback we got in presenting those curriculum was that we wanted a document for a class. So if we, in our program of studies, have Spanish 3 honors, there should be some link to that. Where people could say, what are you learning in Spanish 3 honors versus Spanish 3 CP? So we want to be pretty clear and transparent in what the differences are between those courses versus simply saying Spanish 3 is Spanish 3 and hey, honors does a little bit more or moves a little quicker or has a little more in it, but nobody could really articulate what that means. So now we wanted to make sure it was sort of in black and white.
No, I get the curriculum document piece and I fully love that. But like the academic piece, like is there a huge need for this differentiation? Was this something that the staff was asking for? Is this something you're seeing as a student need? I'm just curious where it came from.
I think it's good practice. Secondly, I would, cause it keeps all the honors courses in terms of the teachers that are teaching them sort of on the same page in terms of what's expected of the honors class. Same thing with CP. I shouldn't just pick on that honors there. Secondly, I would say there was this odd, and it happens for no nefarious reasons, way that students sort of moved through the languages. So as Ms. Jasker said, everybody went to honors in Spanish 3. I'm just gonna say Spanish, this was French as well. And then they went to either honors or CP in 4, and then they went back to either honors and every language followed a different trajectory, depending on which one you were in. So you just wanted to standardize sort of practice.
That was the crux of my question, because in looking at the enrollment, it follows that. So when you start to see college prep, I'm gonna be interested to see how that kind of lays in our student enrollment versus what we're seeing here. Thank you.
Well, we'll tangle with the follows. Ms. McNally, you still have the floor here.
So just two quick follow-ups. First of all, I actually enormously appreciate that college prep level and having it articulated out, because in fact, that's going to give an opportunity for students to build more world language into their transcript, where the honors rigor might have been a little bit daunting, especially if it wasn't perhaps of an area of their keenest interest. And this way they can continue to pursue the language. So I do appreciate that. I do just want to fall back on my point in case I need to be more explicit about it, but to the case of the student of the new coming in, the point I'm trying to make is if somebody with zero background can come in seamlessly with no issue, then what does that mean for the student who's taken the language for 3 years? What was the point? Is what I absolutely believe in it. I'm not criticizing it. I have supported it. But if we can say that there is absolutely no difference between these two students, then something is not being accomplished in our elementary schools, which I would give permission to staff to take a look at. Like, what do we need to do? And obviously, the easy answers are more time, go back further, devote more elementary school time. And then it comes to, well, then what are going to be the goals of the board and of the district? But again, I would argue that this new student coming in as a 6th grader, someone should not be quite comfortable. And I'm not saying because I want it to be that way. I'm saying if you've taken it for 3 years, something needs to be going on. And because I don't have color around that differentiation of how that student is going to feel like they're learning as opposed to drumming their fingers while somebody catches up.
I think it's a testament to the student and the teacher. I don't think it has anything personally to do with invalidating the program that has come before. As a former middle school teacher, I can tell you that getting students who were brand new to the district up to speed with the rest of the class required a lot of me meeting with them during lunch, meeting with them before school, extra help before and after, giving them, additional tries on assessments. It was a lot. There was a lot that went into it. It wasn't simply that they were able to just jump in with everybody else. A lot was happening behind the scenes.
Which therefore means our curriculum is not supporting that student, that we're having to ask a teacher to devote that kind of extra time.
But I think it's an extenuating circumstance, and I had many conversations, again, in my former district about instituting a beginner level Spanish or French class at the middle school level, and we never had enough numbers to run that course. We talked about it several times. Many years ago, maybe 15 years ago, I taught a beginners class that was a combined 7th and 8th grade. And there were 5 kids in this combined 7th and 8th grade class. The one year I taught it, and then we didn't even have that many the following year, so it just kind of lost steam. So I think the numbers are there's so few students that fall into that category that I don't know if it merits a course.
And that gets back to Mr. Ace's point, and I don't know the answer to it either. I'm simply acknowledging that we have 2 different students there, and I just wanna make sure that we're devoting the time, the money, and the resources to having a strong curriculum. I'm not putting anyone at fault for this. The situation is what it is, but thank you.
Mrs. Guernsey.
Thank you. I have a follow-up, about sort of the college prep level classes. So I started thinking, and I can't even believe that I would say this at a meeting, but when I see all the classes listed online and in the slide that you deleted, I start thinking, is this too many classes? Can we fill these classes? Really? Because the more classes we offer, it seems like the harder we have filling it. So that's one concern that I have. But when we talk about the college prep level, I do get a little bit confused because if the need is across all languages and we're only offering it in Spanish and French, how do you explain that?
There's not a scale in the other languages for us to look forward classes for review. There's not enough students who sign up. It would automatically get nested. So we created one curriculum that I assume you're talking about Latin, French, and ASL.
And Mandarin. All 4 of the languages only exist at the elective level, even if a student is not able to achieve at the.
By the 3rd level of the language, by the 3rd year.
Yeah, so that was one concern of mine. The other concern that I had, I'm just thinking about the decisions that people are making when they're registering for classes, right? So a student that is chasing a GPA is not going to be inclined, a high GPA is not going to be inclined to take a college prep level class. So we have, for the first, I think it's my understanding that up until level 3, like for every language for levels 1 and 2, are those still weighted as electives?
So they're weighted as CPs.
So that would be, I think, probably a huge concern for our student population. The idea that they would be taking classes that are not at the elective level. I mean, we have students that never take a college prep class in their entire trajectory. So that's an enormous change.
I would only ask, we've gone around the table on this, what is an elective then?
Well, it's.
I know Ms. Richardson, there's no definition. But I would like to know what the definition of an elective is. It was created as a CP course. We can, technically speaking, any course can be an elective course then. We shouldn't have any CPs or honors. We'll just we could weight everything as an elective.
But you're making a change away. You're suggesting to make the change to move from an elective weighting, which for people that don't know here that haven't had kids in high school, that means that it's much closer to an honors weighting.
It is an honors weighting.
It's not exactly an honors weighting, it's close to.
Let's see.
Right, okay. So you're moving away from that. So if a child goes through middle school and decides to put that on their transcript, their Spanish or French grade will actually lower their GPA because of the college prep weighting.
I wouldn't say
Probably
lower it.
It could lower it if their GPA.
It would score them as a CP. I don't know what lower would mean. That we originally weighted it as an honors and now we're taking it back. So would weight it as what the course is designed.
Yeah.
So Guernsey, are you done?
I mean, I have a lot more questions on that follow-up. I'm done, yeah.
All right.
I have a follow-up of the sixth grade from elementary school. I came from local district at the time, started in 5th grade. Started. Am I right to kind of think elementary now was kind of that intro class you would have gotten in like a 5th grade because it's shorter time they have in the elementary class versus, you know, what I had in middle school class. And when they get to sixth, it's like moving past that intro. That's kind of what it looked like from the
It would depend on the contact hours that you create
It was full time.
every day.
Yeah.
So sure.
So, at least from my experience, the intro knowledge was great, but from a technical start, sixth grade. Learn this better, just from my experience.
Jacobson,
I have a lot, so bear with me, okay?
it's all right.
I went into all the curriculum documents, so, I have 26, so we're just gonna start off with my overall statements. First of all, I know it's an extraordinary amount of work, going to all these curriculum documents. I read every single one of them, not necessarily all the like things, but there's Jensic knows what I'm looking for. I have 26 courses in our backup that do not match the program of studies for the grades that are offered. So can we go over that?
This is a new proposal, so we changed the program of studies.
Okay, so for all of the classes that are currently either 10 to 12, 11 to 12, or 12 only, those are all becoming, almost all of them entirely 9 to 12.
So yes, they say 9 to 12 for the very reason of the heritage speakers. Because I know you're looking for. I didn't want to block someone out, for example, of taking a Spanish 4 as a heritage speaker because I didn't add grade 9 in, but they met the prerequisites of that course. So yes, you'd have to, it does say 9 through 12, offer 9 through 12, but their prerequisites.
Teacher rec.
So it'll either say the preceding class, either college prep or honors, or a teacher recommendation, which will get them in.
Okay, and then for the recs, they don't match either. So your documents say preceding level, it's not an intro, there's no prereq, obviously. Preceding level or teacher rec, program of study says and or teacher rec. So the and / is coming out.
Or yes.
It's just gonna be an or.
You can have a teacher recommendation that would surpass the prerequisite circumstances.
Okay, the 1As and the 1Bs. I need to understand what's happening here. 1A is taken in 6th grade, correct? Generally speaking. It's open till 6th to 8th though. So in what circumstance would a 7th or an 8th grader be in 1A?
We have students who don't take language in 6th, sometimes in 7th, who are placed in a level 1 class when they are eligible for.
And why would they not be taking?
They might be placed in a reading class for a specific purpose of MTSS.
Okay, so 1A, 6th and 7th, right? It's 1 year.
6th and 7th is 1B.
Okay. So what's happening with 8th?
Spanish 2, French 2.
Okay. So let's say you take Spanish in 6th and 7th, and then you decide to do French 1 in 8th.
1A.
Not for 8th grade, you wouldn't.
French.
Taking new language,
New
you can't
language.
start with.
No, but we want that 1 credit to count. See, my issue, I got into the credit issues. So for your 6th, 7th, and 8th classes, you have applied no credit. That's not correct.
6th or 8th grade. Generally 8th grade, Spanish 2, French 2, we've applied credit.
Yeah, but you get credit for French, you get credit for level 10 as well.
The current proposal, you do not. It is a first level course. It is a department decision. It is a first level course. That
That's already in our graduation policy though.
says 4 credits. It doesn't. They are.
So you're reducing the credits that they can earn in middle school now.
Very few students take the 1. It is not considered a high school course because it takes double the time to complete it. So the high school credit comes as a high school course. We're not proposing Spanish 1A and 1B as a high school course. Wouldn't happen in half the time that it.
But our 8th graders could be taking 10, could be taking 2 right now, taking 2 credits right now.
Today, yes. For next year, yes. To become 9th graders, yes.
But eventually, as you phase this out, they're not gonna be able to get 2 world language credits in middle school.
Believe all students.
So we're decreasing our weight and we're taking away credit.
We're taking away, we are making sure it's aligned to our high school course. If we took Algebra 1, for example, that's another high school credit bearing course. It took 3 years to complete it. We wouldn't offer the credit for that. It wouldn't be a high school course anymore.
So why don't we just align it then?
Then we'd have to do Spanish 1, 6th grade, Spanish 2, 7th grade, Spanish 3, 8th grade, which was not a recommendation of.
But we're doing it right now, so help me understand what's happening right now that.
We put that in after the curriculum was done. It requires them to elect to take Spanish 1 over 2 years. The grades have to be combined. So there's 6 quarters, 6 trimesters, instead of 4. There is no midterm and final. It does not align as a high school course, which is why we are aligning it now as a high school course.
Okay, so per the graduations policy, what are the 4 credits you can get in middle school?
You can get Algebra 1, Geometry, some students get Algebra 2, and a language credit in this proposal. Are you talking about currently or in this proposal?
In this proposal.
In this proposal. 3 math, 1 world language.
And right now it's 3 math and 2 world language.
Right now it's 3 math, 2 world language. We can only accept up to 4. So one of them has to drop off.
Going back to Mrs. Maxon Kennelly's on inserting the new CP in the tracking. Request for follow-up data. The students, subgroup population. I'm asking for a follow-up question. My question is for students that we have subgroup population data that indicates that they're not taking any honors level or AP levels. I'd like to know if any of them are getting that by taking the level 3 right now. Therefore, it would possibly be a subgroup population disservice to actually insert this course.
So let me just rephrase to make sure. I get what you-
You probably can say it better than I can, but you know what I'm saying.
You want to know how many students in ethnic subgroups, high needs as well, so special ed, et cetera, are taking a level 3 French or Spanish honors course.
That's right. Which that's one of only of the ones that because we have very large amounts of discrepancies in that. So I'm just wondering, maybe there's nothing to it, but.
Is there a second layer here? You don't just want to know how many are taking, you want to know how many are taking it and it's their only honors credit.
Yes.
I'm gonna see if we can do that. Sure, there's a way to extract that without.
Oh, all right. Well, if it's too difficult, it's just a theory. I just don't know why why are we adding these? What's the problem that you're fixing by adding the 3 CP and Spanish and French?
There's nowhere for, right now, everything goes to 3 honors, and that is not the APs are tracked for this, but that is not the track that not all kids want to go in. Not everybody wants to be in an honors language course or an honors history course or an honors math course. Some perhaps want to be in a CP course.
So what is the evidence? I guess there's nothing in this presentation that tells me why we need that.
We could have.
For ASL, I understand. It's the obvious next sequence, things like that. But I don't understand. There's nothing in this presentation that says why we need these 2 classes to be inserted.
It gives a choice to students who want to take an honors or who do not want to take an honors. It also clearly articulates what is expected of them in an honors course versus what's expected in a CP course. And I think that's important when students make decisions globally of their whole schedule of where they want to take classes. And they should know, if I take a Spanish 3 honors, I'm going to be expected to learn X, Y, and Z versus if I take the CP course. And perhaps there's other things there. It's more transparent versus placing everybody in an honors course and teaching at one level.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Sure.
I just was thinking, had you considered that because people might be choosing not to take the courses that they took in middle school and put them on their transcript, so that avoids the college prep level suggesting that you make for 1 and 2, that then students might avoid taking the other. I'm just trying to figure out what they're avoiding. Would they then want to take other languages because they wouldn't want to, they might gravitate towards Latin, Mandarin, American Sign Language, or Italian because it doesn't have college prep level and it's all grouped together? I don't know. I mean, there's just so many
different factors when you're choosing classes that are based on levels, frankly. I mean, was that a consideration? I mean,
Then that students choose the language they want to take because it's the language they want to take. Typically, I don't know that it's because they're thinking it's gonna have a different tracking or trajectory. And just to comment on, what you were saying before, I have students who are in my Spanish 3 honors class this year who are now gonna be recommended for a CP course next year. So it looks kind of like they're all over the place, on the map, but if we're talking between honors and CP, those students very realistically about themselves are not prepared or not ready, I guess, to take on the challenges that they think they know are expected of them in an honors level course.
Yeah, well, they can be recommended for whatever you go on to recommend. They can take whatever they want, though.
I'm just
They can still take an honor. They can still say, well, I'm so.
They can override any recommendation, but then will they feel successful?
Ms. Burns, you still have your follow-up?
sorry, I'm confused though, also, maybe it's because I'm looking at the slide that was deleted. In Latin, Mandarin, American Sign Language, and Italian, when it says like Italian 1, is that college prep level or is that elective? Or are there any, I don't know what levels those are at.
So
both
they're written in,
levels, or
they're written in the curriculum documents.
Right,
They
but
are-
that's different than here, or these are wrong?
No, they're not wrong. They are college prep, it's otherwise honors.
So if it doesn't say a level, it should be college
The
prep.
beginning level course.
But
Yes.
James.
I don't know what a Spanish 1 honors would look like as an introductory level to a course. Now, if this board is saying all classes should be elective classes, it's an easy switch we can make, then everything becomes honors. I've not heard that in the feedback or in the discussion. This has gone through a status review and it's also gone through the curriculum committee within there. And I did not hear that as something I should bring forward to make every class an elective course.
yeah, I don't think that I even understood, and I'm on the curriculum committee, that this was happening, because now that I'm realizing my comment earlier actually makes no sense. Because I was thinking people were avoiding taking certain classes because they didn't have college prep, but in fact, if you were to take any of the 4 new languages in high school, you'd have to take 2 years of college prep level course. 2 years. I guess that's the statement I'm making. Wow.
Which is the same as all
That's a
the
big wow. Yeah, wow.
Is that gonna be consistent across departments now? Like we had the family consumer presentation, not to mix Mr. Peterson, but what's happening? Are you making all of those classes that come forward with every subject area now and removing the elective level?
I don't have those documents written to be able to answer that question right here.
Comment for further comment.
Yeah, but is that a general philosophy that you're?
I think we have to come to a definition of what an elective is. And I don't wanna, I know this is a raw language curriculum and textbook here, so I don't.
Okay.
Within that, so I mean, it comes all the time. Should a student who takes algebra 2 college prep earn less credit? This is a philosophical discussion, less credit than their
Less
family.
weight, you mean, less weight.
Thank you, yes, less weight than their family and consumer science course. I think there's debate on both sides. And we need to come to some sort of decision on what that means. In absence of that, I can't answer the question.
Okay.
I just have a question, just for clarity. What is the concern that's being raised?
Because
sounds to
right
me-
now, our,
it sounds to me like the concern is that we're not elevating the grade point averages the same as we are currently doing in the new curriculum.
you're downgrading them.
We're not downgrading.
You are.
No, we're not elevating them to.
No,
the
you
same-
are.
All right, okay, you can use the word downgrade, okay, we'll say
There's
downgrade.
what is today, and then there is what is being proposed.
Right.
Let's not get into it. Let him talk.
So my question is, when they apply to college and the college admissions department strips all the GPAs down, right?
The weighting off.
The weighting off. This will have a less of an impact. Students that took the entry level courses as college prep rather than as an elective, so to speak, right?
All right, sorry, do I still, or is there a follow-up?
I'd like you to have the floor. We're getting really very tangled with the follow-up. If we can keep them.
Yeah.
If it's really super relevant to that thing,
very relevant.
Okay, well then, this.
I was just gonna comment about the GPA. It is extremely critical, even for schools that might strip it when they're weighting their GPAs. There are specific scholarships that are available to our students based on our GPAs that we give them. So this equals dollars when we talk about GPAs. It is money. So that is a very, very important.
I just wanna know where our priority is, because if it's an entry-level Spanish 1 class or a French 1 class, are we looking at this as it is an entry-level, first-level course? Or are we looking at it by what the grade point is? That's all. I just wanna know for my clarity, because then we can make it any grade point average we want if that's what's important.
So the
Or is it-
solution may be that you have to offer both levels then.
Well, I mean, we
Do
can.
you offer algebra non-honors and algebra honors?
We have an algebra one.
So why don't we just have college prep and honors for both?
We can call the class college prep and give it elective weighting.
Or we can, to Mr. Testani's point, we can just have like every other subject area, a level 1 college prep and a level 1 honors. Easy enough, right?
I would say math, students have taken math for 8 years, versus an entry level Spanish course. I think.
Well,
we're
what about
comparing
ELA?
to similar things. They've taken ELA since kindergarten as well.
Oh, well, I'm all for world language starting in kindergarten. I've said that long ago. So I would have been happy to see that here as well.
Sure, it wouldn't change the time limits on it, though. They get 120 minutes of ELA.
I'm saying there, if you wanna have that, there is a solution. Just bring us the level 1's honors.
Several solutions. If, to Mr. Testani's point, if you simply want the courses weighted as honors, we could call it CP and assign it elective credit weight. That won't change anything. It will
What's the,
change-
is there an objection to having both levels?
I don't know what
I object.
one honors would look like.
I don't know how you can determine if a student is eligible for one honors course if they have done nothing before.
What do you mean they've done nothing before that?
I mean, if they're,
There's no test before it. There's no prerequisite. Anybody would go into it. So how do you determine if they go to honors versus?
Just like anything else when you go into 9th grade, you pick what you wanna take.
So you can call it whatever you want to be called. If it's about increasing the GPA, it's easy enough to
I
do.
think the question is, what would be the variance in the curriculum if everyone is taking French 1 for the first time? What would delineate an honors and a college
What's the
prep?
difference between English 9H and English 9 CP?
Because there's backgrounds of 8 years of test scores, summatives, formatives, SBA.
So this is a result of not having a substantial enough elementary. So there's not enough.
No, it's not.
So that's what you're saying.
Not the result.
We don't have enough elementary.
Oh, you can't compare every day
We
to.
We have
That's not-
gone over this and over this and
Just
over this.
reality.
I think we need to streamline.
Yeah.
Ms. Jacobson, you still have.
I just have a couple more. The elementary Spanish 3, 4, and 5, they don't have any course materials listed. What's happening with that?
They are teacher created.
And is that consistent between schools? Do they share them or is it just by building?
What's consistent among the 5 schools?
Is there a reason why you didn't ask for, is there not anything that you would want to purchase for that level?
Just let her district.
Okay. Right, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Krasnoff.
Wanted to follow up on the question for you guys. There were other districts around us too. Just so we have an understanding of what they're doing in terms of weighting things and everything.
I apologize. Could you just talk a little louder?
I can't. I'm asking what districts around us are doing in terms of weighting these classes and whatnot. I don't know high school here. Have a high school student, but it will at least give me clarity on what other districts are doing, how they're weighting classes. For me, comparables is always a good thing.
Let me just start by the elective weight. Ms. Jasker has experience in another district. Districts have sometimes more levels, sometimes less. So I'll have her explain. For example, the district she came from. We know of no other district at this point that has elective. And when I say elective, as a weight, not as a class. Meaning that, just for the public's understanding, that means that a student who earns a grade of, I think it's C or higher, gets essentially honors weight for the credit, and if not, they get CP.
We've not found other examples of that in similar districts, so that is uncomparable for us to talk about. But in terms of levels, I'll let Ms. Jasker talk about that.
It really runs the gamut. I mean, I think there are a lot of districts that are doing similar to us. They're doing two different tracks, between a CP, they're calling it something else. Honors, high school level. I know other districts that have tracks. They have a CP, ACP, and an honors level. I don't know how they're staffing all of those courses, to be honest with you. I'm sure some of those courses end up being nested, as we said before, where we're just teaching two classes in the same room anyway, but calling them different courses. So I'd be lying to you if I said that I know what every district in our area is doing, but I do know that there's a variation of the things that we're doing here, and it's, but I don't know any other schools that are using language classes or calling them electives. Considered academic courses.
Okay, so, and when you say the
Yeah, so like my son goes to Trumbull High School, they do college prep, advanced college prep, ACP, and honors level courses for a lot of their.
And what would the ACP rating be? Would that now be more elective type, a little less than that? I'm just trying to understand what we're all talking about here.
No, when I was teaching, we had honors, CP, and what we call the general track. Nobody would want to get the general, so I assume they move everything up a level, right? They have ACP, CP, and one. I think 2 levels is sufficient. I think when you get to 3, it becomes a scheduling issue as well, in terms of how many students are in each level and who can actually take the course. And I think it really tracks, I think Max and Kelly asked it a point earlier, perhaps Ms. Glenn, of going from, for example, a 3rd level to an honors level, making that jump moving forward versus being able to go to a CP or honors class, which is currently within the prerequisites and able to deal with the design of the curriculum.
I may be wrong, and I actually came from your previous district many, many years ago. We had a regular level and an honors level. There was no CP. That a possibility? Do we have any option instead of making it a CP? Because it seems like some people are not necessarily okay with it. Is there a possibility to create?
CP is the language that's used within categories there. So we were to say the class is called Spanish 3, regular or nothing that follows it, we would still have to place it somewhere. Like we'd have to give it an assignment.
Superintendent, do you wanted to comment?
Yes, to your question, because I did some research on this in other areas, what they'll do is for an honors and non-honors, it'll be one course. Everyone will take the course. Students that choose an honors weight will be given an extra project or something to do, and that will be the delineating factor, that extra project. And there'll be a requirement where throughout the semester or throughout the year, there's periodic check-ins on the progress on that project. And if it's successfully completed, they'll give them a higher weight. But I don't know if that's necessarily worth giving somebody a higher weight. They're in the same classroom every day, learning the same material, but that's some districts use that methodology to delineate, because to Ms. Jasker's point, how you staff it is it'd be nuts.
Ms. Flick?
Thank you. Just one quick one on the textbooks. I know you had mentioned this in the past, but I just want to refresh my own memory. We're not purchasing physical textbooks right now. Is that because of curriculum development? Do you intend to purchase do you need them, I guess? We have a lot of talk about screen time and Chromebooks. Obviously, these are digital materials, so they're gonna be read digitally. Is the intent to buy textbooks eventually, or just to wait till we're kind of through this implementation?
At least a class set in terms of each of the languages there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one last question. So the phase and then the implementation, so teachers are going to be teaching from 2 different curriculums for it looks like 6 years. Correct? That's right?
Yes.
Just in time for the review and.
I mean, we could move it more quickly. That was what we had heard when we talked about this. Once it's approved, 2, 5, and 6 need to wait till the 5th and 6th years. I think at least 1, 2, and 3 would have to be phased in. They're You know, I'm speaking without speaking to the department on this, so realize I'm doing that, but at least 1, 2, and 3 are levels that are foundational to get to the other ones.
And back to Mrs. Maxley Canelli, the level 6 in Spanish and French you had in that document as a future item, but those are already E ECE.
Well, you know, the issue with them right now is that they come from different universities. So there is a course on the books for ECE, but not everybody has the opportunity to take it depending on which school you're in.
No, I understand that, but by adopting this curriculum, well, that's gonna be years away for somebody anyway to reach that, but we're not taking away an ECE opportunity that exists right now. So the ones that already can take ECE in those levels, I mean, Warde has like 6 classes that they can take for world language, Ludlowe has none. So, this isn't gonna change that.
No, we would submit this curriculum to the universities we want to belong to as it was being implemented. We could do it next year, but it would be for the implementation year. So no, nothing would change.
And is there anything to lead you in terms to believe, knowing that the 6 classes that you already have ECE credit for, any changes in this curriculum that would lead you to believe that you wouldn't get it? Based on the changes that have been made?
Well, you know, it's hard to predict these things because they do sometimes change what they're looking for, depending on the university. So I don't want to speak out of turn here. I don't believe so. Like, we've not drastically said like we've taken so much out that it would no longer qualify for that. If anything, we've put more in within there, but you know, universities have their own say when we submit these documents to determine that information. So they would have to answer that question.
Can I follow up on that? If we approve a curriculum, it goes for ECE approval and it doesn't get it because we're missing X unit. Do they give you that kind of information?
You know, I'm gonna look to Dr. Parrish because she does most of the memorandums with the universities on there.
And I'll ask the follow-up question while she's coming up. If it were a matter as simple as missing a unit, would it make sense to bring it back to us for a reapproval in order to ensure that?
Yeah, Parish Deputy Superintendent, yes, in some cases, we have received feedback from the university in terms of what they're looking for that may be missing from our curriculum unit or our curriculum. So, and so in that instance, if they provided that feedback, that would be something that we could then bring back to this, to the board to get, I guess, reapproved. The other piece of it is that they also credential, a lot of them, if not all of them, are moving to credentialing the teacher.
Yes.
So that the curriculum may pass through, but credentialing the teacher may be the holdup.
And why?
Each university has different requirements, and in fact, within the universities, they have different requirements in each department. So the history department may require a master's of some kind in history, whereas the business department may be open to taking work experience towards credentialing the teacher. So it varies not only from institution to institution, but within the institution from one department to the next. Unfortunately.
Follow up, are we incentivizing that for our teachers who wish to pursue, is there a cost to that?
A cost for them to pursue another degree, so
Not another degree and to become credentialed, so to speak, as an ECE teacher in a high school.
So we haven't incentivized it in terms of a monetary.
Is there a cost?
No.
No, so universities credential the teachers just through their resumes, portfolios, what have you. Okay, all right, just want to make sure there wasn't a cost for our teachers. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Grinson, do you have a question?
I think my question was answered because it just had to do with the timeline for the ECE approval. So that would be like in 2031 or 32 or something.
Well, we would do it anytime.
Do it earlier?
There, but the implementation would be that.
Okay.
Any more questions or comments? Oh, please.
Oh, I have some. I was just gonna make a comment about the additional middle school language course offerings. You had suggested that you survey students, and I would recommend that you would survey actually their parents. That would probably give you different information, maybe. And then, you know, I'm just thinking about the time frame. So the board received this information on Thursday afternoon. It was published to the public on Friday. as a parent, I would be able to find parents where there was like halfway down through the newsletter, department newsletter, I could see there was a link that I would be able to engage, but really, I feel like the timeline is a little bit abbreviated here and just wanted to hear more about how you were gonna reach out to parents to have them be involved in this process. I mean, in the past, we'd had presentations at different schools. I mean, this is like, it's pretty buried in that newsletter. So were you planning on sending it to their email to parent? Like what else is part of this process and how do you see this?
This, that is the process we've always followed. If we were to get the information out earlier, it would come out before, meaning the curriculum documents on the web, it would come out before you guys get a first read. It's a possibility, it would be a change in practice for us in terms of the review. It's not something we can't do, but it's just not a practice we've done. We've always put it out at the same time. We've given it to you guys so that the presentation and the public announcement align. So that everybody's getting the information at the same time.
And I guess, yeah,
There's been a few comments already from parents on the survey for it. I think as of this morning, there were 4 possibly. That's pretty typical of the past reviews we've done, usually get a handful within there for parents commenting on it.
and how do you usually market the past reviews then? Like is it always, cause I don't remember seeing it just in the district newsletter. I thought I had received.
It either went out on Infinite Campus when we had Infinite Campus as a messenger. Now that we have Parent Square, it goes out on Parent Square.
As a separate message?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't receive.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I'm pretty sure.
I thought that maybe it didn't go out to all parents then.
Like you said.
Yeah, so, yeah, I definitely did not get it because I like triple checked that, so I don't know who it went out to. So I'm thinking about the timeline. I mean, we have another curriculum committee meeting before our next board meeting. I have like a whole list of questions. I feel like people are getting a little bit snoozy. I'm not sure how to approach this. I mean, it's an enormous document. I don't know, honestly, I tried so hard to read it, like this was a holiday week, I mean, this was a big ask. So I did read through it, I have a lot of questions. Should I just reach out to you and have like a private meeting? Like, I don't know what to do here because this is so little time. And we did talk in curriculum committee about how if we received a document that was so enormous like this, how would we be able to push this through by the end of the year? Because the next meeting is coming up quickly. There is no other meeting. So I just, in the spirit of like trying to support the work you're doing, I'm also struggling with how to actually move forward with the questions that I have and that we've heard here.
I can't answer how to move forward. I would defer back. I'm happy to have the conversation, but I don't know how.
I mean, I would absolutely encourage board members to reach out with questions. I mean, who's superintendent in CC, Dr. Stavjancic. I don't know that, to me, this does not seem like an abbreviated timeline, but I do understand. Obviously, this is something we've been talking about for months and people have a lot of opinions about it. And I mean, I have no objection to it coming up again in curriculum committee if you would like to use that as a talking shop to bring out.
Well, of course, we could do it. Yeah, of course, we can do it in curriculum committee, but it's only like 4 days before, I forget how many days.
I forget.
It's just right before our next board meeting, so.
I mean, I guess my question to you as chair of that committee, would you be able to produce some kind of report in the interim between curriculum committee and the June 10th?
Well, but even if I did, what would the point be? Because it would, even if I produced it on June 7th, it's like, there'd be like 3 days to do what? I mean, the agenda would be, used to be for, I don't know, we could do reports all day long. I mean, I don't know, looking to my other committee member.
Can I ask a question? I'm unclear what you're asking for.
I'm asking how to proceed because I have so many questions still, and I'm also still digesting the material because there were 600 pages. And so I'm trying to understand how to make sure that we get this all done in time for our vote.
In the past, don't we just submit questions? Like, I guess I'm just confused. How
This
that's
isn't
different.
this document has.
I know, it's
many
huge.
changes
I
to
understand,
it,
but-
and they're really vastly different than what we're doing right now, so I'm trying to digest it. Like, I've actually received a preview of this in curriculum committee, and there were components of it that I didn't even understand that were in here. So, I mean, I don't know what you thought about the documents.
Holiday weekend time.
I guess in any event, I mean, we have 2 full weeks before our June 10th meeting.
I mean, to Mr. Peterson's point, I get it's holiday weekend. We have stayed on timeline as with every other curriculum. Like we do a first read. We give you the documents, we put them out to the public, and then there's generally a vote 2 weeks later. We've not deviated from our review practice. If we're saying that we should follow a different practice, we would need to know, and perhaps that's.
I would also.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, what are we looking to change here, other than we have 2 weeks to submit our questions, or a week, so you guys have time.
And I'd also add that I would be reluctant, I'm talking about the parent involvement, to do this after the end of school. If parents want to be involved, like, you know, June 10th is a much more natural time for them to come and offer comment than the 24th.
To be fair, this curriculum was supposed to be up for review many, many months ago. So this is an extremely late time to even be in this.
This is what we're having right now.
Right, well, this is exactly.
Yes.
To the chair, so if there are, so thinking back to ELA and how many revisions there were made and how many feedback based on, you know, board input and questions, comments or whatever, if you have, your preference, if I'm hearing you correctly, is to submit to staff through the superintendent as well, if there's any changes that you're looking to make.
Well, I think that would be appropriate avenue for questions, yes.
Or changes.
Well, if you want to make, yeah, if there are amendments that you want to make, then I think the more time that the board in general and staff has to look at them, the better.
Can I make one more comment?
Of course.
Because I agree this is out of lane in terms of our review calendar. To your point, it should have come in November. The department took this task on in August with almost nothing available. We would have not been prepared in November, and they have done a tremendous job in getting this work done over the past year. And I commend the leadership of it and the teachers who have worked almost every Tuesday afternoon and were pulled out of their class and did work after school on their own, sometimes without payment, to get this to this board today, because of where they began in August. So I just want to make that clear. This was not the department's fault that the curriculum's here today, out of schedule. They've spent almost every waking hour making sure this is presentable for you this afternoon.
You very much appreciate that context. Ms. Mexico?
Yeah, I just want to follow up, because obviously if any changes are proposed, I would hope that a separate memo could be, you know, if either that it's proposed and rejected, I would be interested in knowing what those are, and if it's proposed and accepted, would want to be able to tell it in the curriculum document. But to your point, Dr. Zabjanczyk, I do feel the need to say I also did not finish the 600 pages, but so far I'm delighted by what I'm seeing. I did not appreciate, I appreciated the move to subject specific curricula. And while I understand the idea that all languages at a level 1 maybe should be doing certain things, I just don't think it's fair or captures the complexity of the language or the appropriateness of how you do the vertical alignment to have a single document that works for all level 1 languages. So I enormously appreciate this, and I'm enormously appreciative the staff has stayed through this whole conversation, because it's very clear, especially based on your description of how much they're personally vested in what they produced. And I'm delighted at these changes, very much support them. And, you know, maybe when I go in and finish what I'm doing, maybe I'll have some things that I have questions about or would ask you to consider tweaking. But the fact that you changed to this, I would not have wanted a fall presentation. I appreciate that what came before us is with these changes in here. So I'd be remiss if I didn't articulate that to you. So thank you.
Mr. Krasnov?
Quickly want to say, yes, awesome amount of work, and I have no problem taking this up in the curriculum committee for a lot of that. Will help the process move further. No issue with that. All right. Thank you very much for a very comprehensive and spirited presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to staff for
Yes, thank
coming
you.
today. Always nice to see departments back to work. Okay, item 6A, approval of May 13th, 2025 BOE regular meeting minutes. Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Mr. Krasnov. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, all in favor? It's unanimous, 7-0. Moving on to old business. Item 7A, approval of teacher and leader evaluation plan proposal with the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve the teacher and leader evaluation plan proposal 2025-2026. May I have a motion? Mr. Asa, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson. Any questions or comments on this? This one we can send it to, Ms. Maxfield.
I only have one quick question before Dr. Zad. I just wanted to say thank you for all of the answers we got at the last meeting. It definitely clarified a few things I was hesitant about. And it was purely based in my misunderstanding it. So really appreciate the changes and the conversation.
Any other questions or comments? Walking out the door. Out to the public, any questions or comments on the teacher evaluation item? Back to the board, all in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. All right, item 7B, approval of 2024-2025 budget transfers. And before we get into the recommended motion, I want to have Mrs. Please come up, Ms. Laborious. I didn't know when we put together the agenda whether we would have a separate document or we were voting on what is in the
Separate document, just with the language for clarification. I can bring it to you.
and is this the same as what's in the Q3 report? The numbers are the same?
Yeah, I could take one.
Well, the numbers are the same. You've just put it in a specific format.
Correct. That's for you.
Is this has the document been is it public on the website?
We're about to put it on the website.
But the numbers are the same as what's in
That's correct.
proposed Q3 report.
That's
Okay.
correct. I have one with the motion.
Well, I'll hit.
Someone can,
Yeah.
All right, so I will make the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve the following transfers from major classification 1 personnel services to staff services. Does everyone have a copy of this?
It's coming around. I
Yeah,
apologize.
sorry.
that's what I was asking.
I guess I would like to waive the reading, but.
Oh, I don't think I have.
Then we can, but he's gonna get a package, so. This is gonna be in lieu of the enclosure number 4.
So let me just clarify. So when we met, we were asked to have more specific language. So this is just.
We can ask for more.
Okay. Oh. Well, we have more specific language. So what was proposed in the memo is the same here. It's just that this outlines the account numbers. So the motion remains the same. It's from personnel, so.
All right, let me
Gives you additional.
phrase it this way. With the motion that the Board of Education approve the transfers enumerated in the transfer memo from CFO Laborious dated May 27th, 2025. Does that sound good? All right, can I have that motion? Mr. Asa, seconded by Mr. Krasnov. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Courtney, can you just, Laborious, can you just break down that school expense line, that 168K? What does that encompass?
So that it's very, so from major classification 4, it's lots of little amounts throughout the whole account. So I didn't put all account structures there. The board statute says requires that you vote on the major classification. In past, we've included accounts. We don't have to include the account, so for that one I didn't because it encompasses.
No, and I'm sure it comes from all different areas, but the only reason I ask is in our memo, it said to align with instructional and operations spending patterns. I just was wondering if you could speak to what those were.
So that's partly, so we put some funds on hold or pause, probably around late March, early April, when we saw that we were having challenges with utilities and with special education. And so for that reason, they reprioritized spending and they were, this is the amount they were able to do without to fund some of those needs through end of year. So it's across the board, it was taken evenly. Some of these funds were not, they weren't encumbered. We didn't say no to anything that they needed. And as a matter of fact, we restored some funds in the last month or so.
So you're just saying it wasn't expended by then, school buildings figured out we're doing stuff differently, we might not necessarily need this. Nothing was inhibited from,
Correct. You
Good
could,
stuff?
you could not have
you
explained,
know, I like that line item, I'm always watching it.
you could not have
You'll come up with it.
articulated it clear.
Yeah.
I did it in finance committee too, but I wanna do it here for the public, I think it's important.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Guernsey?
Would you be able to explain the timing of this? Do we usually do this now or is it usually later?
So prior to my tenure, they had done it all the way at the year end, so like late January. I mean, like late June, late June, and then you would do another vote like after the year closed, just to true up and but last year and the year before, so 2 years ago, we put in place to do it earlier because we had those surpluses. We didn't want to move the money without the board being aware. And so just in the spirit of transparency, we like to do it as soon as we need the funds, and we know we need the funds. For that reason, it is close to the end of the year. We've been talking about the gap in special education all along. I want to move the money now since it's my last day also, so that I don't leave, Terry with having to explain something that didn't happen on her tenure. There will be more transfers that will happen, just to tick and tie at year end. I don't expect them to be large differences. But at year end, you'll vote again, for additional transfers that might be plus or minus, 4 or 5% within a margin of not, just a marginal cost.
And you wouldn't recommend that we save this and do it all together? And
No, I would suggest you do it now and then do again, just so that you can, because this is the bulk of it. Really, it's $1 million in special education, and then we have money in the holding code while we see what happens with utilities and end of year FMLA. So I'd suggest you just do one more round just to true up, and that will just be like small transfers, small final transfers. You could, I mean, it's certainly your prerogative to wait, but this is the bulk of the transfer would be $1 million, and it's coming mostly from special education, and we did need to pause on the spending, so we, have the money to make up the negative in the school accounts. They do not need the rest of those funds at this point in time for spending. There's something you can do if they want to. At this point in time.
And I'll just add that Ms. Jacobson and I were talking about this years ago, that our policy is for administration to inform us when there's $10,000 shift. And as you mentioned in the previous years ago, we did it largely at the end of the summer. And rather than more contemporaneous when the funds were being transferred. And we thought that the spirit of the policy would be better suited by having
earlier
notification.
Yeah, and this, just to be clear, like, we knew all year, we've been showing that we had excess in the fixed costs in the health insurance and a gap in special education. And then when utilities got a little bit worse, that's why we're asking for transfers, because otherwise it would just be a 1-for-1. And that's why we had to pause and hold some school line. So we also had savings in IT that afforded some of this as well.
Ms. Jacobson.
On the handout, the 1122, there's nothing, no classification, category, account or anything. What is that in reference to?
Just the total of above.
So that's a total.
Yeah, just so you can see that it balances out to 0.
Okay. I know what the movement to pupil personnel is, but I don't think we have a major classification called support. Is that supposed to say contracted services?
No, it's support expense. It's number 5 in the let me see if I can.
Okay, while you're looking for that, the just reconciling what's actually in our backup in the handout, where's the reallocation from salaries to contracted services?
So it's net in the support expense, but it's number 1 personnel services, so that staff services line 198,396.
It's coming out, I understand it's coming out of personnel, but where's contracted services on the handout?
5 support expense.
Okay, so clarification, support expense, contracted services.
It includes contracted services.
Right, and then we also had 211 that we needed to transfer for utilities.
211 is coming from maintenance. The 211 transfer from utilities has not happened yet. That's gonna happen at year end. That's one of the ones that
So
we're.
that's, you wanna do that one later? Guess you're not asking for that one tonight. Okay, I just wanted to true that up, Mr. Pearson. Thank you.
I'll just note that support expenses are listed in the policy.
I just know it's going to contracted, so I was looking for that language. Thanks.
Any more questions or comments? Mr. Krasnoff?
The 211's in here as part of the total. You know, it's supposed to be going to utilities, and it doesn't seem to.
Oh, it's not going to utilities, so it's going from teacher classification 5. And then these account codes, which includes tech systems and equipment maintenance, technical service contracts, and tech training. 11, because we had savings overall in technology. So some of those items that are coming from those 3.
I get that, but in your memo, you said you were pulling this for utility costs. And I don't see where we're moving it to utility costs.
We're saying that overall, we have to put funds into a holding code because we know that we have a gap in utilities. So if you look at the backup, you can see that it shows a negative amount in the utility account still. We haven't yet funded utility accounts. We're waiting until year end to do that.
So is that what the support expense is being held for, or are we gonna have an additional utility cost that we should
We don't have
expect?
additional, this is all net of. Yeah.
So this is a holding it.
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, it's the exactly net of the holding. Yep.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you. This is a voting item out to the public. Any public comments? Bring it back to the board. All in favor? Mr. Krasnoff, Mrs. Flynn, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Asa, Mrs. Guernsey, all opposed? Ms. Jacobson? 5-1. All right, moving on. 7C, a policy of 4111, 4211, recruitment and selection with the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 4111, 4211, recruitment and selection. Mr. McAnally, seconded by Mr. Asa.
Sorry about that.
For us before.
I received no questions about this, so we had some discussion at the last meeting, but that didn't result in any feedback to me.
Question?
I had mentioned in the previous meeting, you know, in policy, I wanted to vote this out to get it to the full board. I still did have some reservations and regarding at what level we do this at. And I forwarded that to Mr. Peterson, and I believe had asked Mr. Peterson if he could help me draft the language there, so sorry to put you on the spot.
No, not at all. And you know, and Mr. Asa and I had a talk about this. So I would like to make a motion to amend draft policy 4111, 4211 to remove the words "and building principles" from the 4th paragraph. As the only change, this as the, and I can send you the language.
You can send me the exact.
I'm happy to do that. With the theory that it just, in my mind, I am very happy as a board member to participate in administrative staff for central office, again, with the theory that we interact with them on a frequent basis when we have good insight into that. Personally,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could we put the motion on the table and just get a second so that we can have the discussion?
I made the motion.
Secretary.
Sorry. Just for me, I already don't have it.
No, I'm sorry, I apologize, and I will absolutely send it to you. So I would like to make a motion to amend draft policy 4111, 4211 to remove the words "and building principles" from the 4th paragraph. So I'll move it. Let's raise a second. My apologies.
No, thank you. Just so I can keep track.
Got to stop me before I go off on a tangent.
You were going.
No, I just like for me, that it feels like a little too intrusive of the educational realm. So that's where I'm coming from, Mr. Asa. As a second, you want to make any further comments?
No, I mean, I think you spoke the spirit. I mentioned it in the previous things. I absolutely love the spirit of this policy proposal. And I think it's great whenever, and I like how in policy we crafted it to, you know, the up to 2 members. It kind of doesn't hold us, you know, completely accountable for being on every one, but when it's appropriate and availability works. And again, I think, you know, for a board, you know, we have a scope, we have guardrails, And I think this is an instance where this is a good example of it, that as Mr. Peterson said, we regularly interact with central office and the administration. Our job is to hire a superintendent, and this is an extension of that with having a liaison position at the central office level. To me personally, fundamentally, and within those guardrails and the scope of the board, I don't believe it's appropriate to go beyond that. So that's just my own.
Ms. Flynn.
Thank you for the amendment. I will not be supporting. I very much appreciate the intent of it. As someone who has participated at that principal hiring building committee level and seeing the scope of it and how many participants there are, I think a board participation is viable and a good thing. So I very much appreciate the intent. I think I just disagree a little bit on the implementation, but thank you for voicing it through the process. I think it's been helpful for all of us to kind of play around with what the guardrails look like. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Cresson?
I also prefer the policy as originally written. I think having a board member to sit in on a principal committee does not give us ultimate hiring authority whatsoever. So I think it's worthwhile to have.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and I was, we made the change in policy because I wanted to hear the conversation. I was very torn about this, although I was the one in policy who was actually ready to take this out. And it was for a few reasons. Number one, this is already a very, very different position for us to be in. So the idea of maybe, let's see how it works first with central office. And it also had the very legitimate reason of, we do interact with central office administrators regularly. And that we haven't, there are things we're looking for that we can interact with, whereas with building principals, I don't disagree at all that parents, adults in the community want to be on those hiring committees, but this isn't a parent anymore. This is acting as a Board of Ed member. And I'm not quite sure what the purview would be for that. I guess I'm not comfortable with it because this is such new territory. And that's why I was willing to take it off in policy, is that I want to see how we do with it. And also just, we don't supervise principals. It is beyond not within our realm. We're not running the district. We're not the CEOs. And so I'm not really comfortable with the inclusion of building principals at this time. But I just want to say, I do appreciate that we've had this conversation now a few times, and I've appreciated everything everybody said.
Mr. Cresson.
Follow up to that, I see it more as like a liaison. We do write the policies that we expect principals to adhere to, and I think we do write the policies that we expect the principals to adhere to. So I think it's very valid to have like a liaison sitting in. We're not making any ultimate decision on the hire. I think it's important for the community to have a board member there. That's just my opinion.
Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. First, besides this issue, thank you for the other changes in the policy. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm working on that shortage area language. So thank you to the committee for that, making those changes that I had raised. I had raised AP and above, did a lot of research on, all the other districts who tend to do principal and above. So I realized that in our last conversation, the board was more comfortable with that level. Fine. That is the practice of most districts around us, and delegating, 99% of staff to otherwise. Since statutorily, we're supposed to be hiring everyone unless you delegate it out. So I appreciate the perspective, Mr. Asa, but I like the way that it was voted out of the policy. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Rosie?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's funny because I might have actually agreed with Mr. Asa had I not sat on one of these committees and seen the number of people involved and sort of the robust conversations that take place. It would be really important to have a board member there. At the time, it's not that I felt that it was remiss, but now looking back in retrospect, I feel that it was. So that experience is sort of what makes me feel that way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Signing out to the public for comments on the amendment. Then bringing it back to the board, all in favor of the amendment. Mr. Peterson, Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly, Mr. Asa, all opposed. Mr. Krasnov, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, and Mrs. Guernsey. The amendment fails. So we have now before us the text as it was in our packet, unamended. Any questions or comments as it stands? Bring it back up to the public for the questions, comments on the policy as proposed. All right, back, board, all in favor? Mr. Krasnov, Mrs. Jacobson, Ms. Flynn, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Maxon-Kennelly, and Ms. Guernsey, all opposed. Mr. Asa. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Just to alert the board, I will now ask that my bylaw change be put on as a first read at the next meeting. So that the whole notion, because now the board is in a position to have conflicts of interest, so I'll be moving that forward requesting that it be on the next agenda.
Thank you very much. You've previewed that, so I think it's not a surprise. Let's move on to item 70, approval of policy 2121 line of responsibility with the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 2121 line of responsibility. Ms. Maxon-Kennelly, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson.
Again, did not receive any questions about.
Said she was first.
Oh.
No.
Sorry.
No, I was motioning the motion. I wasn't raising a question.
You may continue.
Okay, so I received no questions. That's all.
Any questions now from board members? Seeing none, out to the public. Any questions or comments?
Sure.
Back to the board, all in favor? This one is unanimous. Thank you. And 70, a policy, approval policy 4212.42, drug and alcohol testing with the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 4212.42, drug and alcohol testing for bus drivers. Ms. Maxon-Kennelly, seconded by Mrs. Jacobson.
No questions.
This is definitely garner public comment.
Looking out for public comment? Nobody? Bring it back to the board. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, we can move on to the bell-to-bell cell phone discussion. Item 8A, new business. I'll let Mr. Testani get started here.
So, as we got deeper into the conversation, I believe at the last meeting, just some things to consider. I drafted 3 versions of, I call it a policy. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be called a policy, regulations. However, for discussion, option 1 is restrictions of cell phone usage. So K-8, 0. Because of some of the feedback that we got through the survey that went out to families, this includes allowing access to high school students to their device during non-instructional time. Then option 2 is a bell-to-bell ban. This does not include purchase of any sort of methodology of locking up a phone, such as a Yonder pouch or anything like that. There are other products on the market that have been explored. I know I spoke extensively with my colleague, Tom Scarice in Westport. They are actually spending the summer to look at other options, possibly to utilize other than Yonder. And they're kind of leaning in a different direction than Yonder that would allow lockup of the device in a home room, where start of the day would begin in that home room. The end of the day would end in that home room, and that's where the product would be there, where they would lock their phones up. And then there is the third option, which is using some sort of methodology to limit access from bell to bell, which I just mentioned, the Yonder pouch or some other method of storing phones, so students would have no access. I figured this would be something that you would want to see on paper to frame the discussion tonight. So these are the 3 options that I wrote. They are up for any type of editing and discussion.
Well, I think it's very helpful that you produced this. In terms of focusing our discussion and I think be able to move forward faster with something on the table to discuss. Mr. Asen.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, obviously, we talked about in policy, we're looking at a document that is, talking about privately owned, school-owned equipment and everything. And I had mentioned in policy that I thought it might be a good idea for us to break that into multiples, not just one policy where that were to cover. So, for example, with recent legislation, sometime in the next school year, we do need to have something in policy. It doesn't have to be as in-depth as this, but we just have to have something in the next school year. Does not have to be for July 1st. But so that is something that I think we should work on in policy. I absolutely like the intent of these rules coming from the administration. I think it's a starting point. I think that whatever is done is not going to ultimately be the be all end all. I think this is going to have to be a work in progress. But I do think we should work towards doing something. I just want to throw out, and I had mentioned this to the superintendent in my feedback. Personally, I absolutely think there is no place for any kind of personal device such as a phone or a watch or anything at the elementary level. I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think it needs to be in the building. I do feel differently at the middle school. I do not believe that there should be any using of it during the day. But I do not believe it should be banned from the building, as I would support in elementary. I do absolutely think there needs to be consequences for violations of the rules. And, one thing that I just thought of was, when a student violates the rules, let's say at middle school, that phone is confiscated and is not released until the parent picks it up. Inconvenient to the parent, but maybe a little fire to light to, make them be aware and have to do it. And if it's, somebody that can't get there or a dual working family that can't get there for a couple of days, well, then the kid doesn't have their phone for a couple of days and hopefully that never happens again. And it's a simple lesson. That's just one thing that I, was thinking in my head. But there are instances for middle schoolers where, for example, children that go into town after school, go to sports, go to other activities. I think the ability for them to be able to communicate with their parents and caregivers is something that should not be taken away from them. I think ultimately at the end of the day, this is more about parents restricting what kids can do on their smartphones. They are smartphones, they can be controlled. My son has a phone, and let me tell you, there are serious controls on there. Time limits, he can't download anything, he has no access to social media. That is my job as a parent. It is not the job of the district to tell kids that they can't be on social media. During the school day, former principal at my kid's school used to say, when you drop your kids off, they're mine for the day, they're back yours when you pick them up. That philosophy has always resonated with me. And these are rules, and these are rules how they're laid out in here, whether these are the ultimate ones. So for middle school, that is my feeling. I do believe they need to be put away and not accessed during the day with consequences. At the high school, it's even more important for families that choose to have that communication method, have that phone available. So I do not believe in banning the phone from coming into the building. I do support not using it during the day. And if there are reasons that the staff know better than us that they need to have access, then there are very strict guidelines and guardrails on how those are used. I would support that. But that's my initial feeling and feedback as a board member on this. I do not think that it's smart for us to go and invest a whole ton of money into yonder bags or anything like that now. I think we need to do this in steps and phases and see how it goes, because a year or two from now, there might be a totally different method or technology and maybe at a much lower cost. I don't know. But I think that's it for now.
Thank you. I very much agree with almost 90% of what you just said. Elementary school, if we go through our handbooks right now, they're banned. They shouldn't be in the buildings, period. Our middle schools have a pretty strict bell-to-bell policy right now in all of our handbooks. They shouldn't be. Whether that's being, I can tell you right now, the parent comments that have been said, I fully agree with. But that's what our baseline is. So I wanna kind of look at the policy before us and something that I take a little bit of an issue with. When we hop to the bell to bell and then the yonder, the exceptions, I asked Mr. Testani. Page number 4. I think it's page number 4 and page number 6, which include the exceptions. I asked Mr. Testani through some follow-up questions for some examples of that, kind of thinking to Mr. Ace's point that I would be reassured that this is staff and is very much needed. And what it really highlighted to me was, number one, a little bit of an equity issue, because we don't provide, cell phones to anybody. So if we're using apps, I mean, I've heard of app usage down to the middle school level. That's concerning. Because how are we all accessing that? Like, I don't wanna see anything needed in our classrooms that we aren't providing. And on top of that, and I know this is a totally separate conversation, which I fully appreciate, Mr. Asa, but Chromebooks are gonna have to be discussed at some point too. And our Chromebooks right now have the ability to have apps on them. So I would hope that any kind of application device that we're using in classrooms to support the curriculum would be accessible to every single student. So while I fully appreciate that I don't wanna micromanage what our staff is doing, that I also don't wanna in any way make a child feel that because they don't have a cell phone, they can't access our curriculum. That's the opposite direction which I wanna be going. So there's just that little piece. Also, in case of emergency, students may request permission from a staff member to use their cell phone. In case of an emergency, I would hope that our students are fully comfortable going to our main office or our any trusted adult to get that support. I would really hate to see that we have students in bathrooms or hallways trying to contact their parents or manage situations on their own. So I think the intent is very good, but I think right now in the world we're living in, giving that space to students is actually going backwards. And also a piece of information I shared with the superintendent, a lot of local districts have started creating flow charts of communication. So not only does it visually show parents who they can get in touch with and how, but students. Because I think we do have bigger schools, our middle schools, our high schools are bigger areas, and kind of giving them some direction as we make this change of, you don't have to be hiding in a bathroom to call your parent. You can go to the nurse, you can go to the house office. I don't know what that structure looks like at high school. I wanna talk about that. I wanna make sure every student, if they are in a moment of crisis or emergency, knows how to contact their caregiver, their parent, whatever they need, but that they're not reliant on a smart cell phone to do so. So those were kind of like where I was. And also our 5 and 4 and IEP students, I wanna make sure that we are fully supporting them, while also making sure that we aren't exacerbating an issue that these devices created. So that's kind of where I'm at. I would vote on a bell to bell tomorrow. I would love to codify any kind of regulations or policy as soon as possible. This is an emergency in not only in our schools, but just for our kids. I said this at a past board meeting, or I don't even remember where I said it, but I had incoming kindergartners and third graders in 2020. And discussions about Chromebook implementation went from, we maybe shouldn't do this, to this is happening now. And I feel like we hopped on a roller coaster and our kids have been kind of the kids flying around at 35 miles per hour, just trying to figure this out ourselves. As a parent, I appreciate the help from this board and I wanna see this get done as soon as possible. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Krasnoff.
I feel elementary school, there's no need for phones. I would be willing to vote today for them not to be there and officially have a policy. The middle school, I feel similar. I do think kids should be able to reach out to their parents whether they go to town or sports after. So maybe setting up a way that it gets put in the locker, doesn't come out of the locker. If it's seen out of the locker, there's some kind of whatever we decide. And I'm even willing to entertain that in the high school within reason. I personally feel maybe a senior should be allowed their phone. At that point, they're turning 18, they're adult, they're gonna have to start making adult decisions. It's something I would entertain. Maybe it's a privilege that a senior can get. Just some thoughts, some wheels spinning here. I know another local district did something similar to that. I am adamantly against spending money on yonder pouches. I think that's a waste of money. And if we can't figure out a way to solve this, especially with high schoolers that are supposed to be becoming adults, we're sending the wrong message that we need to actually lock their phone up in a bag.
Mr. Jersey.
Thank you for letting us have this conversation. Thank you for this document. I'm not totally sure what kind of feedback we're giving today, because if we're giving it to you today, are you just planning to implement it? Are we gonna bring it to policy? Like, what did leadership decide to do with this? Because Mr. Peterson said that he would come up with a decision, and I don't know, like, what kind of input am I giving today?
So our thought and our discussion in leadership was that this is kind of a sense of the body moment for these policies. I mean, obviously, Mr. Testani has said that these are policies that he's interested in putting into place. But we do have to, at some point, I think, back something into policy, whether we do that before implementation or after. But I think my thought was to have the conversation so we could get a sense of where the consensus of the board is on these policies. If one of these is more acceptable than another, if that drives Mr. Testani's view about how to implement. I am still thinking that we have a couple more meetings to talk about this, so we don't need to make a decision now. But if we can funnel down what the board is comfortable with, I think that's a constructive use of our time.
And to your question, I think it's important if the board feels that we want to go in a direction as option number 3, for example, that we're gonna have to spend money on. I'm not gonna go out and spend a significant amount of money. From my understanding, just from preliminary numbers that we got from Yonder, for example. I don't know about the other products. For a district with our 2 high schools, given the enrollment, we're looking at around a little less than $130,000. And to your point, Mr. Asa, that would be annually pretty much, because at the end of the year, highly doubtful.
K-8, that's K-12?
No, that's for the 2 high schools.
That this policy is K-12.
But we wouldn't.
Phones wouldn't be in the elementary, so you wouldn't need Yonder pouches for the elementary.
There isn't a policy on here that doesn't allow phones at elementary.
So, okay.
Well, again, I think this,
I think my point is, high schools would be the area we would have to, because not every kid uses a locker. They're a little bit more challenging, that we would use if we were gonna go in the direction of some sort of lockup methodology. We wouldn't need that at the high school or middle school level. That's what I'm saying. Just like everything else, to your point, Mrs. Flynn, the emergency, I put in there simply because you may need to call someone other than your mom or dad. It's an emergency. I highly doubt many kids know phone numbers. I could still recall my grandmother's phone number if I needed to call her. I highly doubt. So that's why permission, they would unlock, or they would put it out in front of the staff member and use the phone to call.
Just to follow up, the only thing I would be really interested in talking about as a board is really conveying to people what an emergency is and how we're helping our kids build resilience. Forgetting your homework is not an emergency.
Correct.
Forgetting your cello is not
Correct.
an emergency.
Correct.
Forgetting your lunch, frankly, isn't an emergency.
Correct.
Those, like, the only thing those oops cards should ever be used for, in my mind, usually is medication or glasses, something that is going to your point,
Yeah.
create an educational environment. I mean, you can think of more, give them to me. But like, when we're using the word emergency for smaller things, I do worry that we're kind of pacifying this issue for our kids that we're trying to get out of.
Sure.
So I think even for us as adults saying like, the resiliency piece isn't just for the kids, it's just as much for, I think, our parent population also.
Well, I think being a little more explicit, I said staff member, that would be more of, in the counselor's office,
Of course.
administrator's office, the house principal, whatever. It wouldn't be in the classroom. But, yeah, I think we're gonna need a few months to, over the summer to flush out all the little details once the board decides which way to go. Again, I talked extensively with colleagues. They're also looking at like maybe an October 1 start based on what they flush out over the summer. It wouldn't, for the high schools, it wouldn't start day 1. It would be enough prepping of the public to make sure everyone is completely aware, including the students, of what the expectations are and what the consequences are before full implementation in high school. It wouldn't be on day 1. Or it could, for us, maybe we move a little quicker.
More, but you have a follow-up.
Yeah, just to that point, just really quick, I would support, if at all possible, ripping the Band-Aid off and doing it at day one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that works for the staff and the administration. I mean, that's you guys.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
You and the building principals, we have to rely on what you are capable of. But from a board member
Yes.
standpoint, I'd say do it from day one.
Well, if we make a decision on the June tenth, that gives us plenty of time to make all the communications to all the families. Anyone new that comes to register, they would be made aware of it at registration. We have a document.
But even if you got a sense of the body and you work to flesh it out in the month of June, but you sent it out in the summer, in
definitely.
July, in the beginning of August, whatever it is. But yeah.
My main goal here is without the support of this board, then this all falls apart.
Understood.
I mean, I have no problem owning it. I believe it's an important step, but I can't have individual board members I can't have 5 people in favor of it and 4 not. That doesn't send a clear message to our students. It doesn't send a clear message to our staff that we're all behind this. So it's a big step, but it's an important step. This is more important than, unfortunately, than curriculum documents and everything else. Because it's distracting children from being able to access curriculum at some points of the day.
Ms. Jacobson.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you still have the floor, you're right.
Yeah, so my feedback then on this document would be that, some of the language that we were using in policy, I think, could be inserted here in a helpful way. Like when we talk about a cell phone policy, I don't think we're really talking about cell phones, we're talking about personal devices. So it would be like all the smartwatch, all the other devices. So that language needs to be really clear. Like I don't want people to not bring their cell phone, but to have a watch like that, so that language exists. I know, it was actually very good language, I think, that came to us in policy. So a lot of that could be used here, I think.
Just give the example of like iMessage on a Mac.
Well, it does say
It's in the
any
definitions.
electronic.
All the cell phone policy. So I'm just saying, like, so think
Yeah,
about.
we could change that. That's fine.
That's really important. This was an idea I heard from a friend about, thinking about our 6th graders and that they're really actually elementary school students. And so when we think about a middle school policy, does that include our 6th graders or do we want to treat them more similar to our K to 5? Because I leave that question out there. I'm inclined to be more conservative and to sort of keep them in the K through 5. So and they don't really interact with the 7th and 8th graders really. So I can imagine that could be something that's interesting. In terms of the start deadline, I would want to see it start at the beginning of school. I think sometimes things are confusing when we roll them out after the first day. But of course, if it can't be implemented, then it's not possible. I would just say, of the 9 members on this board, I am the only board member with a high school student. And I think the one part that we're missing here is the voice of the students. And it's not about should you have your cell phone or not. It's about what do you use your cell phone for and what resources do you need to make sure that you're successful if we ban them in our schools? And you're talking about, well, what if they need to make a phone call? I can only guess that there are other needs people have, and I don't know what the challenges are like. Is it hard for them to get to their house offices? Please available. Like, I don't know what those things are, but I think we ask them. So the high school, I think it is tricky, and it's a little bit unfortunate that it's so close to the end of the year, but I think that if we hold it together, maybe we get a little feedback from our high school students, that could be interesting, I think.
We have some from the survey, that students also responded, and we can get that information.
So
Just be a little hesitant to take the information in this case because they are so addicted to their phones that I can, we can predict what they're going to say.
it's not really about that judgment. It's about this being perceived not as a punitive measure. We're coming at it from a place of support. So how can we support you to make sure you have the resources you need when we take this away from you? That's the message I'm interested in.
So I think, can I just say a follow-up to that point? I think what Mrs. Flynn was saying is a good point. So we provide them the Chromebooks, right? We provide them the things. So I think that brings up a point that they shouldn't really need their cell phones to access anything during the school day related to the curriculum because we already are giving them a device. So I agree with you. But I don't know the best method of extracting like what they, I mean, I don't know what else they could ask for with their phone that they wouldn't get on their phone.
Example, there could be something that comes up during the school day where a student needs to take the bus home instead of their parent picking them up. Okay, that's like the simplest example. So if your phone is locked up in another room, by the time you get that information or in the pouch, you might miss the bus. Like these kinds of like little, how do I make this happen logistics, right, are really important to our high school students. And leaving them out of the conversation, I think is
That's where we would provide them access. They have school counselor offices, they have the house offices, they have the main office. I mean, the way the buildings have been laid out with the house system, it is pretty convenient to get to a phone.
Just to Ms. Guernsey's point, because I thought I kind of chewed on this a little bit myself of like what, especially for the middle school students, and I think this would kind of apply to high school. We implemented school dismissal manager for elementary school, and there's time shut-offs for that. So in middle school, but what I was saying is, I know for elementary school, it's pretty explicit that they go in with the list and whatever. I'm curious how explicit it is at the middle school level. I really don't know, cause
Answer that?
yeah, I would love to know if you do.
So at the middle school level, you kind of have to, it's very different. Like at elementary, at least my elementary school, you have till 2 o'clock to put in.
Oh.
At the middle school, I believe the cutoff's like 9:30 or 10 in the morning. So but it is a tool
But that's
that can be used.
We have it, so we currently have a tool that we're already paying for that's working at elementary. Could we scale that to be a
It
little
works
bit-
quite well.
I wanna be more solution based, like you said, how can we structure this so it's not punitive? And I also, part of the reason, and the money is, the budget implications is an issue, but the yonder pouches is also an issue for me. Cause I think it comes to it from a really negative standpoint, like we have given our kids these devices, they are addicted to them, we are addicted to them. And to then say on top of it, we're not even gonna help you get out of it, we're gonna stick it in a pouch and you can have it back. I think the whole message about it is a little off for me as a parent. It's like, I really think the partnership is both ways, that if we're gonna try and make this better for kids, we gotta come at it from like we gotta tell the story of why we're doing this, why it's good for you. I wanna hear from you right now. I'm gonna stop talking.
I was just gonna add to the point about like missing the bus or stuff like that. Like today, my mom texted me like, hey, I know you have a free period 4, but can you still take your sister home? She has to go to a doctor's appointment. Can you get her? That could never have happened because then I had to text my sister, hey, mom says I have to get you. Like, don't worry, I'll be waiting, like meet you in the parking lot. And so that was just like, it was super easy. Like she could just shoot me a text. I was just sitting there as my free period, but it's also just like that communication within the school. Like say it's my lunch and I want to text my friend like, hey, where are you? Like the school is huge. I couldn't just roam around and get them. Like it's just, there's just like these things that we do, high schoolers in the school, in this building where we're being treated as adults, where we're able to communicate with each other. Like I drive to school in a car. And so if I didn't have a phone with me, that would be bad. Like, so it's just stuff about being treated like an adult in school and outside of school as, you know, being a junior, being 17, trying to, but it adds a lot of considerations to like, what can we have access to? But I really just feel like being treated kind of as an adult. If I need to be an adult, if I need to get my sister from school and take her home, then I am kind of being an adult. I would like to be, you know, treated like one, to be able to handle that.
Well, and I think thank you very much for the perspective, and to Ms. Guernsey's point, I think our high school students need to contribute to this conversation. I think K through 8, we kind of all know where we are, but I do want to hear these issues because I haven't had a high schooler yet. I just got into middle school, I'm halfway through, it seems like a blink. But there are issues that come up and I don't want to leave somebody out as we're moving towards this. So thank you. I think it's very important to hear from our high school students.
All right, I think Ms. Guernsey still has the floor. Are you follow-ups or? All right, Mr. Krasnoff?
My follow-ups to the comment, that's kind of why I'm not opposed to having seniors the ability. I think at that point they are becoming responsible adults. I think it's a fair compromise. But as a junior, I had a car, I didn't have a phone. I had siblings, like I figured out a way to do it. It's also part of being an adult for me is being able to figure that out. If you don't have a phone or you have an emergency, you know, you can call your sibling's school or your parents can call the school and leave a message, then you can call like there's other ways around it. So for me, my compromise is maybe let seniors have that as a benefit because there's a little more flow with the seniors. It is a lot of our drivers, they're starting to become responsible. Adults are gonna go on to college, hopefully, or careers, whatever. They're gonna need their phones. We're not gonna be monitoring them then. I think it's a good compromise, but that's just my opinion.
Ms. McIntyre?
Yeah, so 4 years ago, I saw The Social Dilemma and it absolutely scared the crap out of me. I don't know if you've seen it. But I was sold 4.5 years ago. I had to wait for other people to, and I'm not saying I knew all the science and all the research, but if you haven't seen it, I would highly recommend it. There's no parent who shouldn't see that. I haven't read the Anxious Generation yet. I'm getting there. That's a summer reading project. Too busy during the school year, and so I started clamoring to Fairfield Cares to have social media questions on their survey, and this was over 4 years ago. So I've been at the point of total ban for a while. So I waited till last because I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. I have no use whatsoever to the feedback to the superintendent for option 1. I'm the only one apparently who is very enthusiastic about option 3 for the simple reason that staff needs tools. Because what you are talking about is a situation where teenagers, because they are teenagers, are gonna be sneaking them left and right. And this gives staff a tool, a mechanism, or, we keep using the word addiction for a reason. Because it is. And to not take, I'm not gonna try to wean somebody off of, again, as someone said at policy the other day, I'm not gonna try to negotiate the amount of heroin a heroin addict gets. This is an addiction. And I am in a high school and I see the sneaking that goes on with the phone, and we all try to make them put it in the pockets, and it is a constant battle. And I mean constant. I'm having to stop classes sometimes to say, if there's a phone short, there is a phone missing. No one's leaving the room, and that's 5 minutes of instructions I just lost because I missed that one kid didn't put the phone in the pocket. And so, but I recognize that I'm in the minority on that, so it's not something I'm gonna go to war over, but I just want us to be, first of all, I am curious what other, it's not that I'm sold on Yonder, I'm not a Yonder salesperson. But that idea of giving staff a tool to really support them in this, because this is going to be hard. There are, and I do agree to the point, to Mrs. Guernsey's point of that there are gonna be things we haven't thought of. Case in point, right now, the student IDs are on their phone. The students' schedules are on their phones. Those are things that the district will have to take steps to be ready for. And I apologize, but I'm a little bit less sympathetic to the idea of you need to pick your sibling up, you give them a ride home. The parent will learn, you call the house, that is where we are gonna need staff to be really responsive on those phones. That's we can't be, it's always going to voicemail kind of thing. And now the parent doesn't know if their child has a ride home or not. That is gonna have to be, on the staff side of things, a seismic change of a commitment to getting that phone answered. It just is. And if that means, the secretary leaves and there's a counselor nearby, the phone has to get answered. Because they have to know that they have that support. But just to run through it, K through 5 gone, and that includes the bus. There is no phone whatsoever. What the parents decide to do once they're home, that is their parenting call, but the school system, no. I do agree with middle school that as of the bell, and unfortunately, I like Mrs. Guernsey's point about, well, what about just not 6th graders? But I think that would be just as hard as letting seniors have the phone. It's, maybe if we somehow could carve out in the senior lounge, because no senior is gonna let a freshman come in the senior lounge. But otherwise, if I'm a staff member in the hall and a kid passes me and pulls out a phone, this is not a child I know. I have to be able to act. And that's where it has to be well, again, I like the idea of the kids are gonna learn how to use phones responsibly because every other minute they're gonna have the phone. I'm not thinking this, of all the things that's the job of the school district, teaching them responsible use of the phone, I think we can let that one go. they're gonna have to use responsible use when they're at their work. And that they can't be, if you're supposed to be managing the register or whatever, you can't just sit there on the phone or providing customer service. They're going to get those lessons. I don't think that's one that we need to teach them. And so that's why, as much as I would like to empathize and say, seniors have different responsibilities, then I would be open to hearing how would the seniors propose that could be done, because it's one thing if it's a last block. It's one thing if it's a last block open. I'm not sure how it could be done. But staff can't be in the position of having to, all right, I need to take your phone. Oh, but I'm a senior. You don't know me. Maybe you're a sophomore. I don't know. So the strict bell to bell, 7:30 to 2:10 is what is going to be best for staff, because they're the ones we're entrusting to do this.
Just wanna add one thing. I
Sure.
think the bus is gonna be tricky. I don't know who would man the bus, cause I want the driver looking at the road and not
Oh, you talking about in elementary school?
in any school.
I think we're gonna be able to rely on tattletales. I genuinely, okay, thank you to the two board members who just rolled their eyes. I think if a second grader sees other kids on the phone, that's gonna get out. Middle school and high school, not so much. But parents are gonna know that strictly from day one. Your elementary school child can't have the phone. If they need a phone, they go to the office.
No, I agree.
Period.
The bus is just gonna be tricky.
Well, you can have it, can I just make a follow up to that? You can have the rule and how it's enforced will play out. I mean, because I think to your point, yes, kids tattle on the bus every day to the teachers and principals and everything. So it's not a foolproof method. So will there ever be a kid on a bus that breaks the rules? It means they're gonna be breaking the rules when they come into the school because they're gonna have it on them. So not everything's perfect, but you can still have it in writing and figure out how to consequence.
Yeah, I just don't want people, cause
No, I completely, the bus driver has the most important
elementary
job,
kids are
which is delivery.
storytellers. They're very good at telling stories.
There's video.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't want principals spending all day looking at videos to see if somebody pulled a phone out.
Agreed. A bit of other feedback, on these exceptions, I do not think a teacher may explicitly permit the use of a device for a specific, no. If it's that important to your course, the district, and again, I obviously, Mr. McGarry gave the example in policy of, in the journalism class, if they're interviewing someone and they need to record the interview, if the district can't provide something, a tool for that recording, and it's an essential part, that teacher will know that ahead of time. They will go to administrator to get the permission. That is where there has been a deficit in the technology that we're using to support the child. But I would not want this to be a teacher discretion, because I do agree that we have teachers who say, all right, we're close to the bell, you can take out your phones now, which is against every rule that we have. And we sometimes have people who are gonna make poor judgment calls that don't support what we're trying to do as a district. And then likewise, I think it was Mrs. Flynn who raised the point on the second exception. In cases of emergency, students may request permission from a staff member. No, you can't use your cell phone. That has to be it. You can't. The point being, obviously, I also completely agree with that idea of teaching the students, where can you go when you do have an issue that you need to reach out to somebody. It's not that we're trying to make this a prison where you're locked in, but, and again, sorry to date myself, but obviously for decades, students managed without this. And maybe it reclassified the definition of an emergency, but this, I have to talk to my mom right now. No, you don't. And vice versa. The parent that wants to text their child, they're gonna have to learn a new behavior as well. So.
Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you. Mr. Testani, all of our schools already have these policies, so can I ask,
What policies?
well, all elementary schools are not permitted on their grounds, right? Except then they put in that they can as of last year. Middle schools have a bell to bell, all three of them already. So it is what is in your handbooks online. So what is happening at the administrative level that what's already in the handbooks that parents I know have to sign off on? Why is those just not being enforced? every elementary school, cell phones are not permitted on campus. And then they added a paragraph, if you do bring it. So what's happening with like at the actual school buildings based on the policies that are already in every school's handbook?
I don't think that it's always enforced consistently. To the point here is that depending on the teacher, maybe somebody's a little lax or wants to be the cool teacher or somebody.
It's a building principal issue, right?
I'm not gonna always say it's a building principal issue. I don't know if they're always aware. If they're not made aware for a discipline referral, then, I mean, they're only two. You know, we'll look at Tomlinson. There's 2 administrators in the building and a dean. They can't be everywhere, so.
So I pulled our.
I wanna go back to the point of elementary. I don't even, in my opinion, we shouldn't have an elementary policy whatsoever, cause I don't know what elementary kid should have a smartphone personally.
23-24 is when that changed. So every handbook prior
I
to
know that.
23-24, they were
Saying-
not allowed on campus.
Saying, I don't understand why an elementary student would own one, let alone, so the
Okay, so-
fact that they do goes back to our
So
point.
proceeding, so that's not on this, any of these options, it does not include that. So elementary is, they don't come to school, like they're not on the bus, they're just done.
Well,
It's
and
like,
now
it's
we
an
have-
item not permitted, it's already in the handbook, item not permitted on campus along with weapons and lax sticks. That's what it says.
But now we have consequences that we can explicitly follow.
Okay, so what is different though in some of these schools, elementary is a little, I'm gonna get into the discipline part. Because what's on this document that you've provided, we have many discipline policies. The elementary schools, discipline is that for a first offense, you're supposed to go to the AP. And then the second offense requires a pickup by a parent, which means now they're into school exclusion. I don't know how we're getting into school exclusion.
On this, there's,
Not on you, I'm talking about what's in our elementary school handbooks today. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
So I would hope that we are not doing school exclusion
You're not.
for okay, but that's what's in the handbook. I'm telling you, that's what it says. So I wanna make sure that when we're looking at a policy, my feedback to you is to be very clear with what the discipline is going to be. Knowledgeable and cognizant of that we have many discipline policies. Such as our suspension, expulsion, and due process policy that's 20 pages long that would have to be referenced where you have put in things that have to do with suspension and expulsion.
right,
We
so,
just can't go around suspending people, right?
and as you can see, in the most severe is the third option. There's not an in-school suspension option until the 3rd offense.
Right, but that would be subject to, even any suspension becomes subject to 5114. So there's a 20-page policy.
Saying, and the 3rd offense, the in-school suspension is an option.
Okay.
But it's not an option in the 1st or 2nd offense.
It's an option as you have proposed it, as it complies with board district policies pertaining to discipline.
Okay, I'm just gonna I know what the policies are.
Yep.
That doesn't necessarily mean that I come up to you and I punch you in the face, that I don't get suspended on the 1st offense, right?
Again, subject to the policy, that's a physical harm and that is in the policy.
Correct, but there's nothing in the policy that gives the extent of what that discipline could be. It could be 1 day, it could be 10 days.
Right.
Right, that's at the discretion of the administrator. I'm putting explicitly here that parents know I'm taking the phone on the 1st offense and you gotta come and get it. Right? I'm letting you know on the 2nd, there's also gonna be a parent conference that goes along with it, so we're all on the same page, and then your child's staying after school. And then on the 3rd offense, we're putting all of this other stuff because there could be participation in an extracurricular activity that's gone.
Yeah.
Something else.
So, yeah, I'm not into that, to those at this point. So, yes.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
Cause I'm hearing everything from everyone who spoke. Nothing's giving me anything concrete to go on.
I'm gonna get into the policy.
Like,
So can I, please, I've been waiting for everyone to talk, so can I just keep going? The definition of cell phone, any electronic device that can send or receive communication, right? So any electronic device that can send or receive communication is the definition of a cell phone. For other conversation, that might change to personal device. However, as drafted, this definition includes Chromebooks.
We can limit what applications can run on our devices on our network.
But
We
this-
have that capability. So the Chromebooks can be,
would be banned per this policy.
it's not going to be banned because we can limit what's used on those devices. So if we ban any type of messaging, if we ban, so
Email is a communication.
Email is a communication type.
Basically,
not a
we need
device.
definitions that have personal device versus school district technology.
That's fine, and as
Right.
Mrs. Guernsey said
So if we
earlier,
can
the.
separate,
if the kids want to email each other during the day, God bless, right? That's going to be very difficult to have a,
but your definition applies to everything else in the policy. That's what policy is, right?
Let's be clear that this is not a draft policy.
It's not a draft
These are-
policy.
These are ideas for implementation and trying to get a consensus of where the board's head is about
Okay,
it.
so these are not draft policies.
This is not before the policy.
It's not before the policy committee. The policy committee
It
has,
says cell phone policy.
He said in the beginning, if you listened, it says the word policy, but it's up for discussion whether it's called policy or whatever, or regulation. Yeah, I mean, it was made clear.
if you have ideas for specific language,
I'm happy to.
then I think that it's fine to talk about that.
Elementary school, I'm back to going to pre-2023 and having the total ban. Middle school already has a bell to bell. That's what it says. Where they differ is in the discipline, and I have concerns about how we're handling discipline. High school, I agree with limiting high school during instructional time into other things like cafeteria. I do think there needs to be a checkpoint in high school at some point, just because there are some responsibilities that the 9 of us can't possibly understand for, 3,000 high school students. So I'm willing to think about that a little bit more, hear other ideas. So I was thinking homeroom as a possibility as a limitation, since that's a 5-minute period. But high school I support as well, limiting it to it. I totally agree, there should be all the things about the teacher being able to use it should come out. I don't see why we would do that for a teacher for any level whatsoever. I'd like to, Mr. Testani, last time your handout talked about the communication, I can tell you that straight up, our schools are saying parents don't call. Even if it's an emergency, we will try to get your message to you. This is what is literally in our handbooks right now. They don't want parents to call. And you're saying that all of a sudden now every secretary is gonna handle 800 kids, 200, 100 a day. How are the messages?
I didn't write those. I'm saying if we're going to shift to this, then that has to change as well.
Exactly. So I think that should be in your reg of exactly what the process is going to be. Then that's probably gonna take
Okay.
them.
I just wanted to give a starting point because this is how this usually goes. That there's something presented, whether it's from CABE, whether it's from Shipman, whether it's from wherever. And then it goes into 900 directions, right?
No, usually it's taken care of by the policy committee before it comes to us.
Which is kind of why it's useful to
But this
get
is a
the
little
sense
bit-
of the body.
This is a little different.
How is it different?
Can I speak to that?
I think this is a cosmic switch from everything that we normally do when it comes to, are we going to say to children, no disrespect, they are children still. You cannot access your phone in any circumstance during the school day, right? I think that's a broad discussion that all 9 of you are gonna have to come to a consensus. It's a little different than if we're gonna have a liaison on a principal interview. Because
So this is input for the drafting of a future policy?
I don't even know if you wanna go down the road of a policy. Other districts have not made them policies, the cell phones themselves have been addressed through regulations.
This
They
is the
are in
thing.
policy.
Mr. Testani has said in previous meetings that he's looking for an actual method of implementation. Whether that
Wilton
comes,
did not put it in policy.
It absolutely is in policy.
I think at some point it would behoove us to have policy match practice.
That's fine.
I don't know that in this case, we necessarily need to do it in policy and then practice of order. I want to hear from the policy committee chair on the matter.
I can say very definitively, in the few times, and we're getting just past scratching the surface on it. We moved really quickly through elementary school. We had a little bit of discussion about middle school. When we got to high school, I don't think the three of us had any interest whatsoever in doing all the work of coming up with a definitive policy to bring before the body of 9 to have 6 people justifiably rip it apart because we hadn't had enough minds work on it. And so we stopped cold regardless because we wanted the feedback. And also, as Mr. Asek already captured earlier, we are trying to simultaneously do cell phones and Chromebook using all technology whatsoever. And, we may be at that point of realizing, no, we really do need to separate this out by strictly cell phones, smartwatches, communication of that from Chromebook. It is messy. At the same time, we're also talking about student internet use and AI. And so it got a bit overwhelming, and we have a superintendent who is ready to move far more quickly than policy was, and policy could not move any further I will speak for myself, I was not comfortable moving any further if I thought, and again, as Mr. Tassani just said, if the board wasn't gonna support it. So we needed this discussion as well, and so this can move forward without us, but I do agree with Mr. Peterson, is that eventually, as we iron this out, we do need to, I think a policy would be important to in some way reflect what has become the practice.
So just there are words on here that have other policies like cyberbullying that are in here. That's a policy. That's a policy that's expiring June 30th, right? Because we have to have new policy by July 1. I don't know when that's coming. But usually this have lots of legislative, right, references.
Right, so that's where this is not, I agree with Mr. Tassani, this is not policy, this is running 3 ideas past with language.
Okay, so just from a high level, it's just that there are implications of other policies, even with the words that are on this paper that we have to comply with. What do you call it? The yonder pouches, after we cut $2.5 million, the town's cutting us another $1 million. There's no way I'm interested in spending any money on that. But just for feedback on that, I found it interesting on page 6 that it says students will be responsible for bringing their yonder similar pouches to and from school daily. But then on the beginning, it says that they would be required to place their cell phones and all defined related devices into a yonder pouch. So that means all devices are going into the yonder pouch. But then they're gonna be responsible for it. So I guess my question on that piece, Mr. Tostani, was if we don't trust them enough that they need to be put in a yonder pouch in option 3, why would we trust them enough to be the ones to take them home, put them in, take them out and unlock them?
They're not unlocking them. They're just bringing the pouch in and back and forth with them. So I walk in the door and we can go witness this. This is how they do it in Wilton. They have their pouch, they take the pouch out, they put it in, and then it gets locked. And then it gets unlocked when they leave, they take it out, but the pouch stays in their possession, rather it gets thrown into a big bin that then has to be rolled in and out every morning.
Okay.
So that's,
To understand.
yeah, that's the practice.
Okay.
Where, we can go down, Kevin Smith said, just like other districts, we can go witness and watch and observe how their entrance and exit and dismissal is every day.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm not interested in that.
Just-
Yeah, what I would say is from when we're thinking about the consequences, I understand we want to have, just like we would do tier 1, tier 3 interventions, right? Like 1, you're getting your verbal warning. 2, you're taking it away and the parent, whatever. 3, how about 3, you can't bring it at all, right? Like if you're in high school, it's just staying home for 10 days. Different levels of support that doesn't jump to you're getting a detention, you're getting suspended, and you're getting expelled for. I feel like it's a little bit harsh.
I'm not married to any of the.
Cell phone, they are legal, and their parents are the ones who bought them for them. So I really don't want to be getting into expulsions for this. Obviously, if you're cyberbullying, like those crimes, right? Like the videoing of people, that's a different thing. But there are about 10 other consequences I can think of before we get to suspension and expulsion on that. And hey, I mean, it may be a point where something is needed if a student is close to being expelled for something like this. Maybe they do need a pouch, or maybe they just stays home, right? Or maybe that they just can't bring it, right? If they're in grade 6 to 12, maybe it just has to stay home for 10 days, maybe just stay, or it gets banned, period, before we go spending money. So I'm just concerned on some of the discipline language. I'm all for the consequences. There definitely has to be. But I don't think we should be still getting into like school exclusion for this unless it's a crime. So that's my feedback, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Krasnow.
The chair, Mr. Trustani, if we looked at any applications that ban social media, I know they exist. Do we have any idea how much something like that would cost? Cause I'm all for banning social media from all schools, period.
What do you mean banning? What does that mean?
On what?
On any device. Social media, well, in my mind, does not belong.
So here-
Like a jammer?
What? Yeah, so
Yeah,
here,
it's kind of like that, but.
so here's what we look,
It's technology.
we can block it from the system, from the internet, but then they can go on their cellular plan and access. Marco did mention that we could, Mr. Ace's point, we can get a jammer, but then everyone's cell phone is knocked out. I'm sure, which,
I don't need social media when I come to this building.
no, it won't, no, it'll knock out cellular. Cause then we can't jam just the app.
Jam like a network, like an area.
No, you would jam the whole building where then no one would have cellular access.
Got it.
Throughout the building.
Got it.
So my last thing, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, so there's no way to prevent the apps in.
Just on Wi-Fi, not on cellular.
Oh, I thought you thought.
My last thing is, every one of the schools have a messaging policy in there. And that's gonna have to dramatically change, and that should be in the administrator reg. Exactly who are you calling? How are messages getting to your kids? And exactly where are the kids going to make their phone calls?
Absolutely.
Because right now, they're saying they can't.
Understand. All of that can easily be framed out. It doesn't, it won't take long to do that. But if we don't land on anything, there's no reason to do all the back end. You can call this number between these hours and speak to this person. Or we can have phones roll over then if that person's not there to another office.
Who's gonna be delivering all the messages?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mrs. Flynn.
Just, this is a little bit of a follow-up, probably for the next meeting or even the next as we continue to talk about this, but things that I'd like to see through the chair to Mr. Testani. Is there any way to get an idea of how many discipline issues right now are related to phones by level? Like just a ballpark. Like, are we spending, like, if we have 100, like, are 80% of them related to phones? Like, I would love to know that. Like, how much of our dean's times right now are taken up by phone-related issues?
We can,
Get a ballpark.
we can get
Talk to your
we
staff.
can get a percentage of what their day is related to phone.
And then secondary to that, I also don't really have an interest in yonder pouches, but what I do have an interest in is seeing a cell phone free environment. And if Wilton is willing to let us go there and see that, I would love that. And so.
Well, I think we'd have to go somewhere that doesn't use yonder or
The-
some other tool.
Like I said, if this board needs more convincing or we need to hear from students and staff, I'm more than willing to do that. I'll do that tomorrow. And then lastly, can I just finish?
I can, and just to your point, I'm sorry, I could share with you because Kevin Smith did share their survey results of students, staff and parents from 3 weeks ago and it was simple, few questions after having a year of this almost now. He said I can share that with you folks.
I would love that, because that's my last one. If we are seeing any other districts that have improvements in grades, improvements in behavior, improvements in mental health, I think that data, I think it was Wilton actually, that had a really fabulous questions for parents, like, why are we doing this? What's the mental health that support that? I think if we can guide our parents through this process, like, it really is, like you said, this is a huge shift. So like, let's be the leaders on it. Let's be informing parents as we're doing it, not be on the back end. Just, I don't wanna be passive in this work. I wanna be leading.
Can we get the survey results, the Fairfield results? Be sent to us?
Yeah, I can send them to you. I mean, I wish we would have gotten more response, but okay.
Okay.
We had a little over 400 parents respond.
Was it just parents or was it students?
Students and staff as well.
Can we get those results sent to us?
Useful one way or another.
I'd asked Marco to put together just a brief summary page that goes along with it, so that kind of ties it all in. And it does reflect more than cell phone. Reflects just technology usage.
In general, but that would be good.
Mrs. Grizzly?
So two things. One, just to follow up on your comments about the consequences of violations, because I'm always really sensitive when we talk about suspensions and expulsions, and I don't want to see that as a result of this. And I just wondered, I don't know who, is this part of something that would be handled like in the restorative practices work that, I mean, is that?
Yeah, that would be the initial couple of offenses. If we got that far, I would assume that 99.9% of the kids, you'd never get to a third offense, but there's always that exception that we may get there. But yeah, it would be more of a restorative.
Yeah, so having the language sort of reflect that and not these other method. And the other thing I'm just wondering, because kind of just like the process part of this is what's difficult for me. So what is helpful for you? Like, do you want to go around and say, who likes this, show of the hand? Like, what are we doing? Because you've heard from board members, but I
was just gonna suggest
didn't comment on like everything, so.
I would like each individual board member to redline all three. If you're not for something, then redline the whole thing. That's it. Just
Send it to you?
send it.
Oh.
So each individual.
I'll send it to you in a Word document and you can doctor it up. If you don't like any of the option,
The copy paste.
okay. But if you don't like an option at all, just read it and leave it alone. If you like certain things or you want to change things,
Do like we can change, we can like say insert option 4, nothing at elementary school, something like that.
this way, if I can gather, it's only 9 of you. It'd be very easy then to put a comprehensive, maybe weed it down to, we'll go back to the 2 scenarios, as you guys like to use this. Yeah, she's laughing over there now. But I think we can get to a good place, just given that, because there may be 7 of you that don't like this one particular bullet, then the thing can go away. So I'm not gonna leave it there. But I'd like to see, because I think individually, giving it some time and looking at it, could be helpful.
So in a week from now, you want it back? So you have time before the next meeting?
Let's say today's Tuesday. I think,
Today's
keep thinking it's Monday, because
We have 2 weeks till our next meeting.
by next Wednesday. Yeah, realistic.
The only thing I'd say is that the leadership is gonna meet on Monday, but we could always have kind of a supplementary call or something about how we want something to appear on the
Yeah, we can get
agenda.
out.
But we'll sort that out. I'd rather.
I'll have it to you,
Correct.
all 3 versions, in a Word document tonight.
Yeah, in Word, right? So we can edit
Word,
it.
yes.
Thank
So
you.
can I ask so is it helpful for you, for us to make comments specifically on the different options, or if we have like option 4, is that like, what's the best way to sort
If
of?
you have additions, just add them to the end.
So literally, you want us to put what we want in there.
If there's something that's not there and you want it in there, put it in at the end.
So no commentary, just action.
Action. No time for commentary. Action.
We've got a lot of commentary tonight.
Yeah.
And we will again, and there will be more discussion about this at future meetings.
We're all on the same team here, guys. Not on the witness stand, Mrs. Jacobson.
All right, everyone has the right to ask and
Yes.
voice their objections. And that's, I think it's better to have a more comprehensive discussion than just paper oversight. All right, if we are okay to move on, if we have time for 8B, district improved.
Yep, as requested, there was a lot of unknowns still with some data. So as we talked about in leadership, I think Mrs. Max Canelli said it best. Give a highlight reel, so that's what we did. I will say we SBA did.
Can I just ask a question? Just a note to the people in the audience, sorry, the people back there. The microphones, since we went to a Zoom room, pick everything up, so all your voices come through there so we can hear them. So not that I'm trying to be rude, but just be cognizant. Thank you.
We will, when we get back in the beginning of the school year, go over the SBA data and at length, but just preliminary numbers that are coming from the state are quite good, quite good. Some schools have really excelled extremely well, especially in literacy this year. And some in the math area, but it's looking really nice.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. As mentioned, we're here to give you a really brief update on the district improvement plan. Zakia Parrish, Director, Deputy Superintendent, and I'll have the other members of the team introduce themselves. Executive Director, well.
I'm the Executive Director, Special Ed.
So most of this introductory information is just repetitive. It's a part of the district improvement plan. Again, our goal, setting students up by June 2027 to have access to a standards-based, culturally responsive curriculum, social, emotional, and academic supports, and to make sure that we have equity in terms of access and also professional development to support our teachers and administrators as we roll out the different strategies within the district improvement plan. So within the plan itself, there are 6 focus areas as well as different strategic initiatives under each focus area. So we'll just go briefly through each of those and then wrap it up with some of the key performance indicator data that we do have available that we can share at this time. So we'll start off with academics.
Sure, our first slide is going to be on, if you want to flip, gifted education and standards-based culturally relevant curriculum. As you're aware, gifted was recently approved in the past few months. The district has begun testing second graders this past month. It's ongoing. We'll in the next few weeks, and those families will be notified of their inclusion if they're accepted into the program to begin in September. Along with that comes the increased time, obviously for our 3rd through 8th graders that are currently in the program this year, as well as the new curriculum, which will be implemented starting in September.
And also in terms of the standards-based culturally responsive curriculum, there is a unified curriculum protocol that we do adhere to for all disciplines. All disciplines follow it. Our Board of Ed approved documents that you're a little bit familiar with are accompanied by implementation guides. And that ensures a consistent curriculum development process with respect to assessment and the learning plans. All units have to have a common summative assessment that's administered to all students, as well as those assured experiences that we outline in the learning plan. I want to also share with you that we obviously are completing year 1 of our new pre-K-12 ELA curriculum. And each level, though, is in a little bit of a different phase in terms of implementation with respect to those implementation guides. Pre-K through grade 5, the implementation guides are written. They are beginning the process now of revising the summative assessments because that's based on feedback from teachers. We want to consider how to streamline the assessments, better balance teaching and assessing while ensuring that the most important standards are assessed at the end of each of those units. K-5 is now also working on revisions to the grammar and the writing component of the implementation guides to improve upon the guidance that we provide to teachers with respect to the writing rubrics and the assured experiences that include that explicit teaching in the area of writing. Grades 6 through 12 continue to work on their common summative assessments with those accompanying rubrics, and they are used to ensure that common expectations and calibration happen among staff and students. And after those are completed, then they will begin the work as well of compiling those assured experiences. So a little bit of a different place with each of our levels. As for the other subjects, really you're just well aware that there are several disciplines that are actively involved in the curriculum review process. And once their curriculum is approved, they're going to go through that same exact protocol. And it's important to note that throughout this entire process, in all disciplines, we do rely on both formal and informal ongoing feedback from teacher input, and we make those changes in the implementation guide. So our goal is to be able to use those assessments to guide our instruction. That is the goal.
Okay, one of the big categories that we're working on this year, as part of the DIP, is SEL equity. MTSS now includes SEL behaviors and attendance. We've talked about that a lot. The DESA, which is our universal SEL screener, is no longer going to be at free by the state. So we are looking at other options. We did get a cost estimate from, Aperture, who is the agency who sponsors the DESA. So we're looking at other options. The District Climate Committee, we have, convened a district-wide school climate committee. This year, we have upwards of 31 members to include pre-K through 12 administrative and teaching staff. We have several parents on it. We have,
I'm on it, I rolled over.
Katie Flynn on it, I'm sorry. Brain freeze. We've done a lot of work on that committee. So we'll get into the work that we've done. We've adopted a new survey, climate surveys that we'll be sharing with the board, as well as investigating other new primary SEL primary resources. We've completed 22 staff cohorts, as we've reported in the past, of restorative practices training for certified and non-certified staff this current school year, with 15 cohorts scheduled for next school year. And we are in the process of scheduling culturally responsive SELPD, which is done by our Maureen Sullivan for student mental health and support services. As I said, we are researching a K-12 SEL primary resource with the Universal Screener as part of the work of the District School Climate Committee. We are having a presentation by somebody on Tuesday. I forget what the agency is with the product, but it's potentially going to replace Move This World. Data trends from the DESA continue to show that fewer students are needing SEL support. We do question the validity of that data. So that's why we're looking at another screener. Ongoing staff training to deepen SEL practices is being looked at. We did do, as part of the work of the District Climate Committee, we did some staff surveys on their knowledge and their appetite for additional SEL PD. We had 400 responses pre-K through 12, so that's going to help us determine or build a multi-year PD plan for staff. That's going to be continued work from the School Climate Committee. As I said, we're implementing, as of July 1st, required to implement the new Connecticut School Climate Policy. We've updated that for the board. We presented it to the subcommittee, policy committee, that's going to be presented for review to the full board for implementation next school year. And
with respect to attendance, our schools continue to hold monthly meetings looking at students who are chronically absent. Again, that's missing 10% of the school days within a specific point in time during the course of the year. Those school teams use a variety of techniques to try to re-engage students, including trying to re-engage their families and provide supports and structures to make sure that those students who may be chronically absent at one point in time during the school year are able to come off that chronic absenteeism list as the school year progresses. Additionally, as we continue to look at course access and expanding our access to rigorous courses, we have been able to increase the number of ECE courses or ECE course opportunities through the process that we described earlier during a previous presentation in terms of being able to increase the number of courses that we have that have ECE credit access to them that aren't just AP courses. So looking at courses that are in some of the arts and classes that are in some of our CTE programs so that we can again increase access to those early college opportunities for students beyond those that already previously existed. And then just looking at department level data in terms of how students are scheduled into classes in terms of whether or not they are scheduled into college prep versus honors classes. That was one of the district improvement goals that we continue to monitor, and that's data that will continue to be a part of our presentation moving forward.
So our next domain is professional development. We'll talk professional learning and evaluation and diversity qualified candidate hiring. To begin, as you're aware this evening, the evaluation and feedback plan for certified staff was approved and formally approved by our Professional Development Council, who did the redesign of it. We did this year do implementation and training for all administrators as well as the staff at the beginning of the year and then throughout what those standards of performance look like. And we will do the same with the new changes moving forward in the fall.
Couple of things to highlight in terms of professional. We did have a very productive year this year. Of leadership development with the team, partners for leadership and education. We attended our monthly district leadership meetings, as well as we engage with them in opportunities to be in the schools to further calibrate, the research that we were studying. In terms of the new teacher evaluation plan, our overarching focus was high quality instruction for tier 1 for our core instruction. And that's the research we explored, things around differentiation, grade level tasks, reducing the cognitive load, things like that. And the series will continue into next year, into the next professional development plan. I did note here that department meetings are really, really important. There's on average anywhere between 1 to 2 per month on our Tuesday afternoons because we split that time with our faculty meeting time and building-based PD as well. Those are really, really important. And that's where a lot of that curriculum development happens and topics appropriate for subject area for PD. I did also want to highlight that we have made a really concerted effort here with our ELML teachers. We have 15, 10 at the elementary level, 5 at the secondary level. And we contract with a consultant at the elementary level. Her name is Helene Becker. She's a retired ELML director. And she is focusing on supporting the teachers with the new ELA curriculum and to get to know the resources. So this way they can support tier 1 instruction in the classroom. That was their focus for this year. The other thing that they of course worked on is using student data to inform instruction with high leverage strategies to increase students. Our secondary partnered with Jill Bissett from Bern, and their area of focus included supporting students with multiple proficiency levels in one classroom. And they also, let's see here, as well as develop and implement individual language plans. So those are kind of like cheat sheets, 1-page cheat sheets. So this way we know exactly what students are working towards in the areas of listening, speaking, reading, writing. So everybody that touches that child's life in the secondary schools has access to what it is that needs to be targeted. So we're continuing to work on those. Both consultants are also helping us with our MTSS framework. And finally, another important highlight is related to our partnership with Literacy How. Not only is Literacy How working with our special educators and our secondary ELA teachers, they are also engaged with working with our reading teams, SRBI coordinators and LASs over in the middle schools. And they had goals related to exploring additional diagnostic assessments. They had PD on structured literacy pedagogy, that very systematic and explicit approach, and the use of evidence-based programming, as well as protocols to teach comprehension, both informational text. So those are some highlights there.
So in addition to the professional learning opportunities that we discussed, which our staff, special ed, participate in, we continue to do some special education, professional development. This year, we continue to do the annual QPR training for all certified staff, which is completed by our social work department. And QPR is, it's suicide prevention training. QPR stands for question, persuade, response. Respond. It teaches staff to see the telltale signs or not, or some like discrete signs that might signify that a student is in potential trouble, and to make a referral to the appropriate staff so we can intervene and help that student. We continue to train our psychs and social workers in best practices and social skills training for students with low incidence disabilities, particularly our CLC students, nonverbal, disabled students. We're doing some MAPS training so we can develop multi-year plans for students and families. We can have like a roadmap for students to get from point A to point B for kids that we might be struggling with. So we gather, it's a 3 or 4 hour process, but then we're able to develop a multi-year plan and work with families on that. We've trained 4 schools in trauma-informed practices this year, with 4 additional schools to be trained next year. And we did our 4th cohort of structured literacy training this year with Literacy How. First cohort of the Literacy Academy entered 6th grade this year. So our focus of structured literacy training has been on the middle school this year, with an additional cohort of 30 staff scheduled for training next year as we move into 7th.
As a part of our action steps related to having a diverse and qualified hiring process, we continue to use social media and career fairs to attract staff, and also market to colleges and universities where we may not always typically target, so that we can again widen our pool in terms of our diverse and qualified staff. The plan that was approved back in June of 2024 includes these steps, as well as the staff's stay surveys, which will be launched at the end of this week, so that we can start to quantify what makes staff stay in Fairfield Public Schools and what we can use to continue to increase that stay rate. In terms of growth, when we're looking at our school improvement process and making sure that we are strategically aligned from not only a district level, but all the way down to the school level, we're making sure that there's that through line between our district improvement plan and our school improvement plans, as well as staff goals. That's also across school level. So looking at the elementary school level and making sure that there's that horizontal alignment across that level, as well as that for middle and high school, and making sure that as they develop school improvement plans from one year to the next, there's that coherence that they build upon what they've done the previous year, and looking at year-to-year data in order to identify what next steps they will do in those school improvement plans. Of course, all of the goals are centered around student achievement. We also include attendance and school climate as well. When we have conversations with the building principals, it allows them at the mid-year to share with us, how they progress on those school improvement plans and the adjustments that they needed to make, as well as what they plan to do moving forward as they continue to move forward in the year. Around this time of year, they're starting to look at, okay, where are we going? What have we accomplished as a school? And what do we need to start focusing on as they start to gather their school improvement teams in the summer to draft plans for next year? And so they use those school improvement plans to not only quantify how they're doing, but also to identify what professional learning they may need at the building level. So that's some of the things that they do in order to determine what the specific needs of their staff are, and those day meeting dates that they have with their staff. And as I mentioned already, again, that end of year review forward to the next year.
Next focused area is student support, and that's guided by the 3 initiatives that you see there. There continues to be an emphasis on using data at all levels for different purposes, such as to inform instruction, to monitor growth, and to determine the impact our curriculum is actually having on student outcomes And we're also pleased to be able to now use our data warehouse much more effectively, since we made a lot of improvements this year to customize the way we would like that data displayed and reported. We also have improved the level of access this year that our administrators, our coaches, our interventionist specialists, our ELML teachers now have. And the next step will be to provide classroom teachers with access to this data at the click of a button as well. And Patty Wood, our data assessment coordinator, and Decision Ed, as well as our IT department, are currently working to make that happen. The MTSS committee, we mentioned MTSS a few times, has been meeting monthly and is made up of approximately 50 educators across all levels. And the goal here is to complete the handbook by this summer so that we begin professional learning within the framework beginning in August with our members. The training will also include the utilization of CT-SED's MTSS module. So we know that CT-SEDS houses all of our information related to our special education processes. There is now a module that is for general ed for tiers 1, 2, and 3. And that's where we're going to house all of our interventions. We continue to focus on tier 1 because even though it says here that we're continuing to expand intervention options and training for interventionists and those delivering tier 2 and tier 3 intervention in math and literacy, that's not enough. We need to continue to work on tier 1. Part of this work also goes back to the data-driven decision-making strategic initiative that we're developing decision trees for the areas of math and reading, as well as social emotional learning and behavior. These decision trees will help everyone to sort of standardize the way they analyze the data and determine what next steps should be in terms of teacher action. It's sort of an if this, then this. And again, we're standardizing that. You're going to be able to see those decision trees once our handbook is completed. And which brings us to the last strategic initiative here, comprehensive assessment. The comprehensive assessment framework consists of three types of assessments that we administer, some to all students, such as our universal screeners. And then we have another balanced approach with the other assessments, and we use them as needed, such as progress monitoring, those students that need to be monitored, as well as diagnostics. So we continue to deepen our understanding of what we're using for our universal screeners, NWEA for K-9 in math, NWEA 4 through 9 for reading, and Acadience Dibbles. These are administered, like I said, to all students, and this tells us who might be at risk. So it's really important that we have all of these tools at our fingertips based on how students do on those universal screeners. We then get to dig deeper and monitor their progress.
And our last area is the community and how we engage the community in the work that we're doing around the district. And so this really talks about the communication processes and the different mechanisms by which our Director of Communications, as well as the building level administrators, reach out and connect and engage not just parents and students, but also the community at large. And so you all are familiar with the monthly newsletters that go out highlighting various activities that are going on around the district, not only just events that are taking place and are sponsored by Fairfield Public Schools, but also some of our community partners. We make sure that we highlight those as well. Our Parent Square program has been very successful. We have a 99.8% reach at this point. So parents are definitely online and connecting with schools, and schools are communicating with parents and families around different things that are going on within the school community. We've expanded our social media platform, even though there's been talk about social media and the negative impact. Sometimes it can also have a positive impact in this case, it's been a way for us to celebrate and highlight the various things that are going on throughout the district, celebrate the achievements of our students and staff, and just keep parents informed about what may be going on, not just at their schools, but schools across the district. And then just making sure that when we have to send out emergency information, that it's timely, that it's clear, that it's relevant, and that it gets to the people that it needs to get to in the quickest amount of time. just making sure that our staff are provided with ongoing support through our IT department, so that all of those tools can continue to run smoothly. Then lastly, in terms of stakeholder engagement, again, those regular updates via those different mechanisms that are listed there, making sure that our websites and the resources therein are kept current, and making sure that we use this opportunity, this platform here, the Board of Ed meeting, to highlight some of the things that are going on, whether the superintendent's report or celebrations such as the one that took place at the beginning of the meeting, again, to highlight those achievements. Some of the special projects that have taken place throughout the district. So we this year launched a feature of our school resource officers. So that was an opportunity to provide exposure to the great work and partnership that we have with the Fairfield Police Department. And we also create, opportunities for students and parents to give us feedback, whether it's through Christian surveys or information that we have to gather again for our partners, whether PTAC or Fairfield Cares. We try to make sure that we try to utilize the best mechanism possible to get information to parents, but also get information from parents. So now we're going to go into the key performance indicators. As I mentioned before, there are certain assessments that we aren't at this time able to provide data on. So SBA, NGSS, SAT, those are things that we would not be able to provide information on now because some of the data is still coming in, but in all cases, the information is embargoed at this time. So as soon as that information, that embargo is lifted, we can then share that information publicly, and that will happen during our regular data presentation that takes place in the fall. For the indicators we are able to go into, we will share that in.
So we'll start with a view of our universal screening data for grade 2. It's been close to 5 years. As you can see here, this is the second year that we're using Acadience Dibbles for K through 3. Acadience is a set of measures used to assess the essential literacy and reading skills. So in looking at our data, our grade 2 students pretty much maintain the percentage who reached benchmark at the end of last year. And although this metric is only related to grade 2, I did want to share a little bit more information. Overall in K3, 81% of students are at or above benchmark, as compared to last year, 78%. Our students in kindergarten and grade 1 demonstrated a 4% increase. When I look at the grade K data, 72% were at or above benchmark last year, and 76% were at or above benchmark. And that's really encouraging. That's a really strong start with our new resources and pedagogy. I will also tell you that 87% of grade students demonstrated mastery. They are at or above benchmark. That is 3 percentage points higher than last year. So I know this was only grade 2, but there was really good information I was able to share with you.
When you say benchmark, what is the benchmark? Is that the 60?
This is a composite score that is weighted based on all of the assessments that they take, then the measures.
So you're asking what the DIP benchmark is? Which year?
Oh, this DIP benchmark for grade 2, 100%. 100% of our students will be at or above grade level.
That's the goal. What's the index year that we're looking at?
2027.
Has the grade level changed with the new implementation of ELA, or grade level's grade level? There's no difference in the benchmark for grade level.
There are different benchmarks for different grade levels at different times of the year. Yes.
I mean, are we looking at the same benchmark as we were 2 years ago?
Last year, yes. Last year, yes. The year prior, no. It was a different assessment.
Went from star to K.
No, but I mean, when you say benchmarks, we're not K through 3, we're not necessarily talking about this. I'm saying our benchmarks and our standards the same as they were. Thank you.
So NWA reading, this measures a student's reading comprehension across various text types. And it does adapt Based on how a student performs on the questions. This is administered again in grades 4 through 9, and this is the second year that we are doing this. The numbers that you see here are students who are at or above that 61st percentile and above. And that's an important number. That number pretty much aligns with Smarter Balanced in terms of, if students are at that 61st percentile or above, they are likely to reach proficiency on Smarter Balance. So although we don't have our spring administration yet that we can report to you, we are interested in analyzing that data. But when looking at these rough cohorts, this is going grade to grade. I looked at it from spring of last year to fall of this year. So I go diagonal. If I look at my 4th grade last year in the spring and how they fared in 5th grade, every single grade level rough cohort increased in the percentage of students at or above that 61st percentile. If you look at grades 8 and 9, they grew the most overall by 14 percentage points in terms of the students that were at or above that 61st percentile. So again, a deeper analysis will take place. The window closes Friday. And language usage. This assesses a student's understanding and application of language skills in terms of grammar and mechanics and writing. The numbers again here do represent the percentage of students that are at that 61st percentile and above. So if I look at, tell you about this, if we look at grades 4, it looks like grades 4 and 8 demonstrated slight increases from fall to winter, while grades 7 remained the same. And again, we just look forward to being able to analyze our spring data so that we can make better sense of how our students are growing and accelerating their growth.
Similar to the reading and language usage of the NWA students in 9 this year, take a math assessment at the UEA. This is similar in terms of the rough cohort does decrease fall to fall and spring to fall. But we do see, we are looking into some of the reasons why for that. It is a dynamic investment. It's printing like the board is above, which is a higher indicator than what NWEA would consider proficiency or average scores. But nonetheless, we believe that's the best indicator in terms of grade level proficiency when they meet the Smarter Balance test here. Secondary is similar in outcomes. I will just let you know that those are not on 20 grades. We see 8th grade at 28, 9th grade at 33, 7th grade at 58. In that year of testing, we split the students into content area tests as well as the math tests. So students who are in algebra took the algebra test and the geometry test. We reverted that so that they all take the math test at this point. So those numbers are not a fair apples to apples comparison. Within there, the reason we switch is because it is a dynamic test. It does not just score at grade level. It scores above and below. To give the content test anymore, we could just give the broad math test, and if students understood that content, it would naturally level them up. So I would just say don't make the comparison between fall to fall. Moving forward, we'll get our spring data this year and fall data next year.
This next slide looks at suspension rates for subgroups. We're looking to reduce the disproportionality of suspension rates by 3% from baseline data between subgroups in a positive direction in 2021 school year being baseline data. You can see from the 23-24 to the 24-25 school year, our suspension rates for all subgroups has decreased with the exception of 2 or more races. We saw increase there. When comparing our 24-25 data to the 2021 baseline year, our subgroups in the Asian, Black, African American, and Hispanic Latino subgroups is below that baseline. The next slide talks about our prevalence rates, reducing our prevalence rates by 5% between disproportionate subgroups in a positive direction. You can see our overall, all of our students, our prevalence rate continues to rise. We're at almost 21%. The state average or the state prevalence rate is approaching 19%. And then you can see each of our studies.
So the last KPI that we will share today is the chronic absenteeism rates, and this is the data for this year as of May 21st, 2025, recognizing that on that 181st day, anybody with 18 absences will fall off of that chronic absenteeism rate because that's just the way that the rate is calculated. But as you can see there, that we currently in comparison to our baseline year, again, the 2021 year, we have reduced it and even reduced it from some of our previous years, but we do see some increases from last year to this year, but are hoping that as we continue to push through the end of the school year and encourage students to continue to come to school, reminding schools to focus particularly on those students who are on that cusp and stressing the importance of coming to school every day until the end of the school year, because every day does count at this point. Making sure that we continue to push forward, and we did include the year prior to COVID as previously requested, just so that we can see where we were as a district pre-COVID and how we have fared over the course of the years since we have come out of the heart of the thick of the pandemic. At this point, we will open it up to any questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation and all the data. Housekeeping item first, we're closing in on 11 o'clock. Kind of want to get a sense of where people might feel comfortable extending to. Kind of 11:30 or midnight. Probably depends a lot on how many questions we have on the dip. There's not much of an update on the budget discussion, but it can take, so.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:45.
Second. Mr. Asa, all in favor? All right, well, I'll entertain a different motion.
Why?
It's only,
We did pass.
Use 2/3.
yeah.
Oh.
All right, look, we can do whatever we can do in the next few minutes. If we're not gonna extend past 11, the one thing that I think we absolutely need to do is the authorized signatures change form. So if there's not, otherwise we can push questions presumably on this to the 10th. I hate to have staff come back, but
They're here anyways.
if there's no appetite for extending the
Not here
meeting,
at 11:30? Motion for 11:30?
Second.
all in favor? We have 5 out of 7. That's good. All right.
That's enough?
Questions or comments? That's good.
Mrs. Goss, can you just expand on what a decision tree is? Because I kind of was confused.
Carol, I can't hear you.
The concept of a decision tree, I just wanted to know if you could explain.
It's a digital. Starts with the universal screener at the top, depending on how students do. You make a decision if the student reaches the efficiency, then you continue with core tier 1 instruction and continue to monitor schools. If they don't reach proficiency or reach the benchmark, then we need to find out more information. We look at historical information, all other assessments. Could this have been a one-off? Are other diagnostics needed? And so then you just kind of go down the path of uncovering what the root of an issue might be. So this way you know.
Thank you.
A quick one, really quick. Mr. McCusey, you talked a lot about the school climate and restorative justice items that you guys are working on. I didn't know that there was a committee, but is that committee bringing forward policy and school climate plan that's all due by July 1? Is that coming out of the committee? So that's something that we're all gonna see in June. Okay, all right, thank you. Just wanted to follow up. That's unfortunate about the DESA. Do we have a cost? Is that covered in next year's budget?
We're looking at other options.
Is it funded is my question.
That's a no.
Or any tool that you might need to,
No,
did you just find out?
we did not know. We found out, that they were not funded.
Okay, so that's good for our adjustment discussion. Okay, thank you for this work. Thank you for the update. I know it's high level. I was looking for some subgroup data. I'm sure you have that, but was there anything, or you didn't include that in this presentation, but just give a high level on anything standing yay or concerning on the subgroup level?
Was it, were the? was it-
Anything, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. Was there any particular items where you guys want subgroup level data for any of the KPIs that you were concerned about or were not along as you?
In looking at chronic absenteeism, I mean, look, it is broken out by sub-level.
That is, I mean,
Yeah, but I
the
think
academic ones.
the academic ones.
I don't have the data with me. I don't wanna speak out of line. We're always
Okay.
concerned about the gaps between our high needs and not, when they're closing. I just don't have the numbers in front of me.
No worries. All right.
I will say I was happy with that most of our subgroups suspension rates going down.
Great, thanks.
I have a super quick one as well. Thank you for the update on Parent Square and the success there. It's awesome to see that at that rate. Do you have any insight into the one-on-one communication with staff on there? I'm curious how staff, like, is that being used as much? I know the general updates are going out great in the newsletters, but that one-to-one communication, can you speak to that even just very briefly?
So teachers do use it, the back and forth, the one-to-one communication between them and parents. I don't have numbers to say like in
Yeah.
terms of the reach rate, but yes, it is something, a tool that teachers have been able to find successful and parents have responded well to.
I think I would just like to hear anecdotally even from staff, like, is it becoming cumbersome with email and Parent Square? If, like I said, high level, I know you guys are gonna come back to us, but just something in insight as I was listening to.
It's
Popped in my head.
method that they use. I spoke with a principal today who couldn't get a hold of a parent and Parent Squared and got an immediate response. So I do know it's
Yeah.
something that they're using. And it's a quick, easy way to connect.
Awesome, it's nice to know it works for families and for staff. Get both sides. Thank you.
Ms. Maximilian?
Just one quick question. I've had mixed feelings about the DESA as what we were using from what I was hearing. But I was concerned that when you see that a data trend has fewer students needing SEL support and you were rejecting the trend. I was wondering, hoping you could explain that.
We think well,
I think some students are sick of taking it.
well, I think the teachers are the raters. So I think sometimes we think teachers may be rating kids higher than they actually are. It's a hypothesis. It's been a hypothesis since we started the DESA. But nonetheless,
We're looking elsewhere.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And because of the cost of the DESA, and we're looking at primary SEL resources, which is a separate cost, there are some that have a universal screener built in.
I would just echo Mrs. Jacobson's comment that I hope we can get some pricing information sooner rather than later.
Other questions or comments on the data? All right, seeing that, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. We look forward to even more comprehensive talk.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, item 8C, approval of ED 099 authorized signatures change form with the recommended motion that the Board of Education approve the revised ED 099 authorized signatures change form. Mr. Asa, seconded by, I'll second it, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Testani, this is a necessary thing for the interim
Yep.
CFO to be able to sign documents, correct?
Correct. This is a form that needs to be submitted to the Connecticut State Department of Education. It needs to be signed by myself, signed by Terry, and it will be signed by the Secretary of the Board, Katie.
Any questions or comments on this? Throw it to the public. Any questions, comments? Back to the board. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. This is for you to sign. Item 8D, first reading of policies. We have many policies.
Yeah, and so these are, I requested that they all be put on because these are all things that came through working with Laborious. So while she has generously offered to assist us if there are questions, I would still ask please to get questions well in advance because I'd like to go to Ms. Devaney, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Devaney, I believe.
Devaney, I'd like to give her plenty of warning if there are questions on these, and not just wing it at the board table. So by request, Director Krasnoff.
I questioned.
Sure.
Why on the periodic audit we're being changed from the board to just the board finance committee?
We just thought that was the appropriate place for it. That was our discussion in policy.
I think anything major that was should be presented to the entire board or, you know,
Well,
any other committee would have to present this to an entire board. Something like this.
I guess. So this was specifically regarding the audit as opposed to budget concerns, and we just thought that the place for the discussion for that would start in the finance, and I would kind of trust my again, this is just my impression, is that I would trust that my fellow board members who serve on that board finance committee, after they've fleshed it out, if they say this warrants, full board attention, but that was the discussion in policy.
Summaries should be presented to the whole board. That's just my opinion. I think it kind of is like hiding something. That's just my opinion.
Well, I point out that the finance committee is a public meeting.
No, I understand that. But do you listen to every facility?
No, but I trust the communication between board members.
But if it was a big thing, we would, like we did with, the ed specs, we presented it to the entire board. We can just decide what should be in it, what shouldn't be. That's just my opinion. It's a big topic.
So on periodic as well, I just had a note here that it only talks about Board of Finance, the independent auditor, but it doesn't mention the town auditor. And I was in the school activities funds, there is reference to the town auditor. So now that the Board of Finance is auditing BOE items, wouldn't we need to include something that pertains to the town auditor to be consistent between the different policies? Sorry.
Say it again?
Is she not here anymore?
Yeah, Courtney's not here.
Yeah.
It's just it's not a question for today. It's just a thought that came in as I read through them and one had town, one didn't. So it's just a question.
I will say from the finance committee standpoint, so far the involvement of the town auditor is on an ad hoc basis. Certainly the Board of Finance is interested in using her more to oversee our operations. It's just not on a regular basis yet. Those reports so far have come to the finance committee. We've reviewed them. We're actually going to meet with Connie Saxel on Monday to go over her more recent findings. I guess we're doing that.
Are those posted in your backup?
Well, that agenda hasn't been printed yet for the second, but they were attached in our previous meeting.
All right, so purposes for this policy, just didn't know why one was mentioned and one wasn't, so that was that.
I just, can I just say, can you submit that in an email to the so that way, since Courtney's leaving, maybe she can just bounce that.
It would help.
You could just put it in an email.
Right?
Yeah, like in the next 30 minutes, no.
I mean, seriously, I mean,
Like Courtney's offered to
you
be.
want me to ask Courtney?
No, just email the.
Email me so that this way, as I get other questions, I can do it
So
most
they can kind of
efficiently
lump
to her.
sum all the questions to Courtney since she's on the way up.
And then the other one was for the school lunch, one, so right now, currently, the board practice is that the Board of Ed approves the school meals, but more than that. In that meeting, we also get like analysis of the school meals, different areas, what's going on. We also get a profit loss statement, which is also interesting to see. There's a lot of rules and regs around that. So just to clarify, for the free and reduced lunch meal one, you're delegating everything to the superintendent. But I didn't see anything in here about that we would still like have a general update about it or see the profit loss statement and all of that. So are we going away from voting on the school meal prices?
But this is just for the free and reduced lunch meals. I'm
But
unclear.
that's still part of what we normally vote on.
That's not part of this policy.
But that's not part of this policy. That's what I understand what you're talking about in terms of what our process is and what we do in June.
I just,
I'm on-
one of these policies said something about setting the meal prices. And it might be in food services, and it's very late, so I'm sorry, Jen, and there is.
No, I get it.
I'm just throwing questions out on the first read, no need to have the answers for me today. Anyway, my point is, whatever you wanna do, I'm fine. I just still would like to add something in whichever policy it was, where we would still have that opportunity to just go over the pricing and see that profit loss statement, cause it's good to know where we are in terms of how close. There was one of them that also said that,
Yeah, so you're right. It was on food service, page B, financing and oversight.
and you had a comment in there on one of them, and I'm going on from memory right now, 'cause I'm a little bit tired, is that you want it to be sustainable financially, but that's not the primary, it's more about access to meals. And I just had a little bit of a concern about that. Obviously, we want everybody to have access to meals no matter what, but I'm not sure the language where we would be accepting in policy of a deficit in that account when we know we're supposed to carry a pretty hefty balance would be just a concern of my language on that. So that was it.
Okay, thank you.
But are you referencing the profit status of it or?
There was in the foods, please. It was in the meals one too.
Food service.
I didn't mark up these copies because I didn't have them hard copy. Might be in school meal pricing.
Those are things you could also email.
I can.
Under finance.
Oh, number 4, so on food service, that second page, number 4, while the board expects the food service operation to strive for financial sustainability, it shall not override the priority of ensuring student access to nutritious meals. I'm saying that earlier in the policy, access is a guaranteed, that's obviously always gonna be our priority. I just didn't understand why we would put that in here because I don't think we would ever expect a deficit. My point, right? Because I think federally you have to carry like 3 months or something of a balance.
I think it's late, but I think the spirit of that.
I think it's late, but yeah.
To basically say that regardless, we're not going to
I think that's
override the priority of the student, like at the end of the day.
And earlier.
It's, yeah, and it's more just almost an advocacy thing for that student or students.
Let's ensure we have access and sustainable is my.
And to your point, I don't know that this would override some of those end of year transfers that we've needed to make in recent years to top up that.
Had to, right. All right, just that was it. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn.
Just to give you a heads up, the school activities fund, it's like a love language for me. Going back to like the gifts, and I have a few questions on just how we got there and some of the language changes, but I'm gonna reach out to you separately, Jen. just to chat, because I'd rather do it.
Thank you.
If I know where it came from, it might make a little more sense.
Okay.
But thank you, I wanted to give you a heads up.
More questions on dispatch policies? Seeing none, moving on to item E, first reading to delete policy 6145.8 class gifts to schools.
It was a recommended deletion, the policy, sorry? It is redundant and also didn't even understand why this was in instruction to begin with. But, this is part of what we overhauled, I think it was, a year ago? So that.
Questions or comments?
I'm gonna talk to you about that one.
Okay.
All right, moving on, item 9, superintendent's report.
Do we want to get into any further discussion tonight, or still on
Well,
hold?
one of the fundamental questions I wanted to ask are, have any of the assumptions changed?
No.
Do we have any new information that would change what you shared with us? And I know from the state, in terms of revenue, we're not getting any surprises there. But we're still waiting.
There is an anticipation that we will get some further special education funding. I'm always a little leery on what they give us in June and then they cut us in the fall, but we're very hopeful that that won't happen. I know there's a lot of advocacy happening. Sure, Jen could talk a lot more about some of the things that are being possibly coming out of both the Senate and the House. One really concerned me that we would have to hire someone, and we could talk a little bit tomorrow. A person that would be like a special ed oversight individual at every building in our district. Again, an unfunded mandate, that would be 17 in the FTE, or at least
I submitted testimony on it.
I'm glad you did, but that is concerning to me, that and what that person would do.
And also it's one FTE, whether you had 3,000 kids in
Correct.
the building, or one FTE, whether you had 300 kids in the building.
Correct.
What that lead teacher or whatever they were calling it is gonna accomplish, I mean, I was like, at least prorated, for God's sake. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, it was bad, so.
That was the one concern that I had, but that wouldn't impact us till the following school year.
Well, that's just a huge bill anyway.
Yeah, so we'll see where that goes. Other than that, we do have some things to mention. I do want to thank all our musicians and all our staff members who participated yesterday in the Memorial Day Parade. It's a great honor to march in the parade to honor our heroes on Memorial Day. Also, we did mention the music education, 5 straight years. I want to talk a little bit. The Fairfield Safe Streets Alliance is a townwide initiative bringing together our police, our fire, health department, Fairfield Public Schools, the library, a bicycle and pedestrian committee. One goal, safer roads for everyone. There is a survey that is open now until the 30th of May, so we have a couple of days left. It's on the link is available on Fairfield Public Schools social media. Takes about 5 minutes. We want to try to gather as much information as possible. So if anyone is listening still this late hour, we are going to send out another reminder tomorrow that the survey closes on the 30th, but we want to gather that information. We know it's been a focused, a lot of our kids are on our roads. Traffic has gotten a little bit more dangerous, driving around town, especially with people ignoring some of the basic traffic stop signs and things. So we want to maintain safe passage to and from school for all our students and our families. Thursday night, Fairfield PTA Council and Fairfield Country Day School are collaborating on a screening of a new documentary, Can't Look Away, followed by a panel discussion. This will be a documentary that looks into the dark side of social media and the impact on young users. Perfect opportunity for everybody to come out. I'm going to be there along with some experts and panelists, and hope that families will take advantage of the information that can be found on our latest district newsletter and social media page. So please come out. I think it's going to be a great event. Tomorrow will be the 51st annual Fairfield Public Schools Student Art Show at the Pequot Museum. Great event. Come celebrate our young artists. There'll be food on food trucks and a lot of fun. So look forward to seeing everyone there. I do want to acknowledge Colleen Rodriguez. She's an MLL teacher at RLMS and Warde. She was honored as this year's recipient of the CEA Humanitarian Award for Leadership in recent immigration, educational, and community relationships. So congratulations to Colleen and all the work she does, not only with our students, but bridging the gap with their families as well. This is a big one. I want to just recognize Warde student Amo. I'm going to butcher his last name, so please forgive me, Amo. Ganchin Kunta. He's been named one of only 621 semifinalists nationwide for the highly selected 2025 U.S. Presidential Scholars Program.
Oh.
Yes, it's a big award. The U.S. Presidential Scholars Program was one of the nation's most prestigious honors for high school students, recognizing seniors who excel in academics, leadership, community involvement in the arts or technical fields. He was selected from a pool of almost 6,000 candidates invited to apply, placing him among the top students in the country. He will attend Harvard in the fall, so congratulations to him. And that is it for tonight.
Questions or comments on superintendent's? Okay.
Follow up. I don't know when you're planning on doing the motions and all of that for the adjustments, but is there a document like last year where we're gonna put in things, or just what the
I just wanna be prepared for that process.
My expectation is that there will be that level of yes. We move this to this.
Exactly. Okay, okay.
I had put under this bullet an update on the town facilities working group, because Superintendent and I have both attended meetings down at Town Hall recently. I updated board members on the most recent meeting with the working group and the consultant Spiels, and I think all of you, it's nothing new on that front. I know the Dwight borings, I think, are taking place today and tomorrow. So we'll know more about those in the weeks to come. The one thing that I did not get a chance to update you about is that last week, Mike and I, along with Mr. Papa George and Mr. Lee, went down to talk very early, have an early conversation about Dwight relocation plans. Just kind of try to put a bug in the first selectman's ear and say, this is something that we're going to need to talk about as the Dwight renovation project comes into fuller focus. So no decisions were made there, but we talked about, advantages, disadvantages to various approaches. And that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I was very optimistic that they're open to hearing from us and our ideas and our suggestions. However, I am cautious, sure that we always continue to see and keep the students of Dwight Elementary School in the forefront. That may not always be an easy decision, but I think that's always the best decision. If we can do what's best for children and the families at Dwight, we will land in a good spot. Just to piggyback, I think the working group meeting did shed some light on some things that the facilities committee had already flushed out, which is, again, optimistic that we're moving in a direction that I believe will lead us to maybe something that we've already probably called for. Yet I believe that this will be at least more ammunition as we follow through with funding through the Board of Finance and the RTM. So
I'll also say kind of at this point, and I think that people that have been following this process know this, that the tentative date for some form of report from the consultant is early to mid-August. We currently don't have a meeting scheduled for early to mid-August, but I would like to have a meeting as early as possible after we get the first report. So as I get more information on what that schedule is going to look like, I hope to be in contact with everybody. I know it's summer, I know it's before school, whatever, but this is something that I think everyone is eager to move as quickly as possible on in a situation where days or weeks may matter. I want to take full advantage of them.
and I'll just add, the consultant, the architectural firm Spiegels that was chosen is a top-notch organization. Folks they have on the project, I have complete faith that they will do everything in their power to meet the deadline. They're moving along in their work. They're exploring everything and working their way through all the, I guess, scenarios that were put out there from the town. But I think they're going to land in a good spot. I believe wholeheartedly. I asked them questions that I already knew the answer to. We had discussed here with Silver Petroselli several months ago in that last working group meeting, just so that it was, again, reinforce some of the things that were already determined on the current building and what can or cannot be done. And again, it reinforced all the knots and not many of them can. So
I think they have a very good handle on the project.
They have a very good handle on what we're looking for. The ed specs are explicit. They had a slide in their work of looking at the ed specs, comparing that to the current footprint of the building, where the deficiencies were in the spaces that exist, as well as the number of square footage that are not able to be accomplished in the current footprint. So I really do have a lot of faith that we're gonna get to a good place very soon.
Even though we're not meeting, as information comes in, will we be able to keep getting some sort of update?
My hope is that if I have an update, I get it to you same day.
Speak up.
I was asking as information comes in, even though we're not having meetings through the summer, if we could, at least as the board and hopefully the public, can continue to get updates, be part of the conversation.
That's my intention. Ms. Flynn.
I would also say the same, obviously, over the summer, our meeting schedule gets a little different, so if at any point the working group expresses a need for this board's input, I will just say for myself, I will make myself available, whether that be July, August, to get this moving as quickly as possible. So as they start to wrap up, they may need our input more. Put it out there.
Any other questions or Mr.
Just to Flynn's point, I also know how hard it is to schedule the board in the summer. So I would just say if we need to meet and we have a quorum, put it on the books.
Yeah.
If we can't all be here, but we have a quorum, let's keep it moving.
Understand, yeah, I'm right there with you, I think we, yeah.
We already discussed in facilities that we are gonna be meeting in the summer, so we already planned.
But as that comes in a fuller focus, I will let Mrs. Jacobson.
No, I was gonna move to committee update.
Really?
In similar vein,
Go
unless
for it.
unless anyone has any more questions on that.
We're ready to
Just to go on to that same vein, what we have been looking at, is getting some updated estimates around Mona Terrace and that around the MOU, what it might be, what costs in terms of what it would need for us to operate, either partially or fully. So just getting some estimates on some of those relocation as well as discussing, other options, which would be far more complex to accomplish, like pushing into multiple buildings. Also having some discussion on trying to bring the town people, Mr. Papa George's, getting everyone around a table around figuring out the solar situation, like what are we doing, how are we calculating it, what are we gonna do going forward? Cause that's kind of been in limbo for a number of years, just solar and energy in general. A bunch of other things, but I think just wanted to give quickly those couple updates in terms of what's going on with facilities and we plan to work.
Other community liaison reports?
Tell me you're not bringing back the truck stop solars.
What? What did he say?
The truck.
How they turned the Parks and Rec department turned into like 76 truck stop with those giant solar. I'm hoping.
I'm not bringing back anything. I think this has to be like a figured out because, right, what's going on with the town, so. I know you love those. You think they're super attractive.
Paper finance, Board of Finance, Courtney delivered her final quarterly update to the Board of Finance. They treated her there with kid gloves and it was calm and quiet. It was nice. Other committee liaison reports? All right, open board comment? Public comment. Anyone wants to come up and talk to agenda items for 3 minutes?
They're running up together.
Wow.
It's a race. Mick, you
left
lost.
enough time.
So impressive.
Lauren, a friend, 241 Brighton. Maybe I heard you speak, you refer to it as the Dwight renovation project. It is not, in fact, a renovation for certain. Correct? Or has something been decided behind closed doors?
No, that was the Dwight project. Is what
You said specifically renovation.
I understand, but that's not what not to make this a back and forth, the working group was not talking about renovation. In fact, the times that it's been brought up, it's been to think of what can we remove a straight renovation from the matrix,
From the decision tree.
from the decision tree. And I believe if you look on the working group's updates on their website, you'll notice that. My apologies if I left that. No, that's fine.
Also, I think there's one open-ended item that I believe is part of the town working group, or at least they're paying for it, which is the Yale Environmental Studies survey and the analysis that they were going to provide for the indoor or.
It's not part of the town work group. That was something we did separately.
Yeah.
It was my understanding that they, Angeles, I apologize, but he told me that.
We can talk about this, but why don't you deliver your comment and we'll kind of move on. I don't want to turn this into a big back and forth.
Okay, so maybe just some clarity, because as my role as PTA president is winding down after 2 years, I would love to be able to at least come to my community, the 11 days that are left, and say, this is what has been decided or has been accomplished. And if I can't do that, I'd like to at least give them a timeline of when they can expect some results or answers. I think there's just this limbo that we've been in for 3 years now, ever since it was first raised at this board, not by all the members of this board, but the potential of shutting us down, right? And I feel like we've come back time and time again, and there's a certain level of fatigue that I see in our community. Well, we're bright and we're vibrant and we're thriving. and we've got a new PTA co-president, you know, forging ahead. This has been a long road. And I think the sidebar that the town working group has been tasked with is just dragging on and on. And I appreciate all the efforts and wanting to meet over the summer. And I hope that answers come in quickly. Spiegels is able to report to the town is able to maybe make some final decisions, but ultimately you guys are the ones who already made a decision. And I hate to belabor the point, but someone here on this board, someone ideally who has the ear of that town working group, should be advocating for what was already decided. Thank you.
Hello, Mick McGarry, Fairfield Education Association. Just two very quick items. One, Mr. Superintendent did a good job with the Moog's last name. Left off the resume, though, I think I have to say, Moog also, you know, as debate coach, debate captain. I'm thinking probably put him over the top on some of those applications. To toot our own horn. And we just want to take a moment from the association to thank Ms. Warde for her service.
Yay.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, motion adjourned. Mr. Asa? I'll second, all in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, everybody.